Hi, I'm Dr. Diane Hayden, and I'm here with beautiful co-facilitator.
Hi, I'm Melissa Wooldridge-Breton, coming to you live from Sedona, Arizona, and the Humankind Center. Diane and I are both from Connecticut, and we brought 12 practitioners from New England and Denver, Colorado, and Florida to participate in our
Elevate Fearlessly Women's Holistic Conference. So we want to thank you all for joining us today. We are here to elevate everyone fearlessly, and we did a few things like that today and yesterday, climbing Cathedral Rock and Bell Rock. So that was amazing, and we hope you enjoy everything. And our first presenter is going to be Abriella Reeds, and she's going to lead us through a galactic chart.
We're going through the north and south nodes.
The north and south nodes.
Yes,
Awesome.
fabulous.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm so honored to be here. I'm our north and south nodes today. Everyone who's here, you all have a paper that I handed out to make it nice and easy. Find your birthday, find your north and south. Those of you online, you can just Google it with your birthday. It can pop right up for you for your birth chart. So, a little about me. I'm a psychic medium. I talk to people who have passed over. I'm also an astrologer, a Reiki healer, Reiki teacher. I teach yoga. I'm all about how do we embrace life. We all decided to incarnate here. We all decided to be here on Earth. And our nodes help us with that. With our south nodes, we're going to be talking about where we came from. And our north nodes, that's where we're going. That is our North Star. Also want to give a special shout out to Heather Whitehouse, who couldn't be here presenting with me today. But she was a huge part of this, big part of the brains of it. So I also want to give her a shout out as well. Some of her specialties are galactic astrology and Akashic records. So does everybody have their charts and found their nodes? Okay, anyone need any assistance? Okay, beautiful. So when we're talking about the nodes, who here is familiar with the eclipses anytime an eclipse comes up? Yeah, you might even see it pop up on Instagram, things like that. And what we're looking at right now is that Aquarius Leo. They're always going to be across from each other. And how we get that and why it's always changing, we are looking at how the moon orbits and crosses that sun's path. And that's how we get our eclipses. So what's on that chart is where the eclipse line was when you were born. We're also going to be talking about returns, because we have several returns in our life. About every 18.6 years, it's going to come right back to where you were born. So we can talk about some really big things that might be happening at that time for you. And this is all about our soul path, our soul development. So whether you believe in past lives or not, that's perfectly okay. But in this theory, that south node is what you've already learned. So we're going to be talking about your strengths today. So, some other basics with this. Let's see. It changes every 18 to 19 months. So right now, Aquarius and Leo, that will be changing. This is also great to look at those nodal returns like we were talking about. And I'd love to see if any of you are in your nodal returns. So we can also think age appropriate here. Around 18, 19 years old, it comes back in, brings you back into direction. North Star, where you came from in life. 18, 19, that is your first time of looking for direction. Some people might be in college, in trades, really into their first job. We have big shifts, big identity shifts. Who am I? Where am I really going in life? 37 to 38. We are re-evaluating our life path. We've learned so much by the time we reach that age. Do you like what you've done? Have you followed in the footsteps of people before you and maybe it's not working out so well? Maybe you're really happy with life. We're looking at relationships, career direction. About 55 to 56, this is our wisdom phase. We have that alignment with deeper purpose. You've been through the trenches, you've been to work, kids, whatever that life path looks like for you. You've learned so much. Coming further into alignment. 74, 75, that's spiritual integration and legacy reflection. What are you bringing to the next generations? What sort of energy are you bringing in? And have you authentically been yourself? So we're going to see how these nodes fit all of you, how much you feel like they match your energy. And we're going to be talking about the south nodes first. These are the things that come natural to us, our natural tendencies, our comfort zones. We all love a comfort zone. This is our integrated patterns, our wisdom, what's familiar to us. But of course, we can get too comfortable in that comfort zone, afraid to step out and be in the spotlight. So that is my goal, is to help you looking into that north node, to help you elevate fearlessly. So let's look at those south nodes for everyone. Who wants to shout theirs out? Okay, I heard Aquarius. Thank you all so much. I love it. I love the participation. Okay, so I heard Aquarius for a south node. That's where you came from. That's where your strengths are. So let's see how, anyone else here Aquarius south node? We just got one. Okay. All right. And if you have an Aquarius north node, that is what you are striving for. So you can just keep that in mind. We will get to north nodes. You can just take some mental notes here. So Aquarius south node, you came into this world with humanitarian thinking, thinking of others. How do we work well in a group? How do we work with everyone's personality? How do we give back to others? We are also looking at that intellectual awareness, community, loving to get people together. You might be somebody who could form maybe some of those friendships, some of those like cliques and things in school as well. So looking at that, those who have that Aquarius south node, if you're comfortable saying so, how do you feel like that fits you? Yeah? Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, who else? I love another shout out for nodes. Gemini. Do we have another Gemini south node?
Yeah, north. Oh, I'm sorry, Sagittarius is north south.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going with Sagittarius, right? Okay, beautiful. Okay, and we got a whole bunch of us. And I don't believe in coincidences. I definitely don't. So with our Sagittarius south node, Sagittarius are known for being the philosopher, for their wisdom, their ability to teach, and they have strong beliefs. You came into this world with those things, natural teachers. You want to be able to speak your voice. You want to have maybe even a little bit of a debate on it because you feel so strongly about it. And being able to teach, maybe you are looking for that platform in order to do so. So my many Sagittarius south nodes, what do you think about that?
Yeah. No. They're north node, they said. No, right? She changed it. She corrected it.
Yeah, they fixed it, yeah.
Oh, they did.
No,
Was
then I'm
north.
backwards again.
Was south. She had south, I thought everyone else said north.
I'm south, and then I think that north.
And I'll go over both.
Okay, so hold on. Now I gotta double check here. My north is Sag. Just kidding. I'm Gemini.
She's Gemini.
Okay.
South. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about our Geminis then. All right. Everybody have theirs?
And it's south node.
Yes. It's where you came from. We're looking at the past first, and then we're going into the future.
Gotcha.
Okay. So then my Sagittarius, because that Gemini Sagittarius is on that same line. They're right across from each other when we look at someone's chart. So no matter what, it's going to be helpful when we're talking about them. So for our Gemini South Node, Geminis are known for being very curious, amazing with communication. They're very adaptable. They like to gather information, and they are amazing at seeing things from multiple points of views. They're like, oh, I can see where you're coming from. I get that. So my Gemini South Nodes, how are you feeling about that? Yes? All right, who else do we have? Leo. Okay, so we have 2 Leo South Nodes? 3? I'm also a Leo South Node. Okay. So, with our Leo South Nodes, coming into this world being creative, charismatic, we have leadership, confidence, we shine from within. Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun doesn't shine for anyone else. It shines for self, whether you look at the sun or not. So we just come in, these bright, shining stars. My Leo South Nodes, what do you think? Big, shining stars? Yes. You know when we're in the room, there's a sparkle. And I am biased because, of course, Leo South Node. So just ignore that part. All right, who haven't we gone over yet?
Capricorn, Taurus.
Okay, I heard Libra, Capricorn, Taurus. So let me go to our Libra South Node. So when we're talking about our Libras, Libras are all about balance. We can see scales when we're looking at a Libra. This can come into relationships, wanting to keep things even. Coming in with that idea of fairness. If we're talking about morals with a Libra, gonna have some strong ideas on morals. What is right and what is wrong. Libras are also great at reading people. They're very aware of their surroundings, aware of what's going on in the room as well. And think of it that way, they're trying to balance everything. So they're going to be more aware, more perceptive of what's happening. What do we think? Libra South Node. 100%. Yep. All right, I heard Capricorn. Okay, Capricorn South Node. Capricorns are known for being ambitious. Some people think of this as a sign that's going to make the most money. We love that, coming into the world making money. They are also known to be disciplined, responsible, and a leader. You're often going to find Capricorns who are in a supervisory position. So you have that natural ability. What do you think about that one? Yep, just came into the world. Just like, I'm here, I'm ready to be the boss of everybody. Yes. Love it. And there was one in the back. Taurus. Okay. Let's see. For my Taurus. Taurus are known for being very stable. They are practical. Taurus is not going to move unless they want to move. That's the bull. Try to move a bull when it doesn't want to move. It's not going to happen. But if you instigate a bull, it's going to move right towards you. They definitely enjoy some comforts of the world as well, maybe some coziness. Taurus is known for liking their snacks too. Also with our Taurus, they can be very practical. We're also looking at an earth sign. They're very connected to the earth. And they like to build security. They like their coziness. How does that sound?
That's where we've been.
Yes, you were born into the world with that, wanting that, coming in so you can bring comfort to others very easily. So it's a strength for you as well as how you present to the world. Is there anyone I'm missing?
Aries.
Yes.
I'm practicing being last, see?
That is perfect, because Aries is the first of the zodiac, so Aries wants to be first.
Warrior comes forward.
Yes. And see, when you're aware of it, that's exactly what we're doing today. We can practice it, because that means you came from a place of being first. You might have that past life energy where you had to be first, and it was important for you to embrace that. So that Aries South Node, independent, courageous, They like to take initiative. They have a strong personal identity. And they're the first. They're ready to take charge. They're definitely very fiery fire sign. Okay. Scorpio. Okay. So looking at our Scorpio South Node. Scorpios have incredible emotional depth. They're all about transformation, psychological insight, resilience. So coming into the world, being able to feel deeply, know your own emotions, even looking to other people's emotions. Someone walks in, you're like, ooh, something's going on. They're like, no, I'm fine. You're like, Can't lie to a Scorpio South Node. Came into the world with that energy. Anyone else? Okay. Now that we know where we came from, we have some things to think about. These are your inherent strengths. These are what you're going to be looking at and relying on in life. But this is, again, in the past. We don't want to live too much in the past. We want to utilize it as a tool on our tool belt. So I want you all, whether you have a notebook, your phone, a computer, to either write this down, think about it, based on that South Node. Think about your strengths. What comes naturally to you based on that node?
Can you read the Leo note again?
Yes. And I'm going to give one more question when you all are ready, and I'll go over Leo node again. What comes naturally to me? In the second question, the duality, where do I feel comfortable but stuck? And while you're doing that, looking at our Leo, Leo comes into this world as that bright, shining star. It is the sun shining from within. They have charisma, they have leadership presence, they are confident and creative. I'll give you all a few minutes to think about this. And of course, you'll have more time after to expand, but just to jot some ideas down. I'll give you all one more minute. Okay. Who would like to share on what they journaled about their South Node, where they came from?
I'll go. So, I get the things we're challenged with, I get very hung up sometimes on what's right and what's wrong and can't move past it. Because I feel like there's an ethical thing for me if I
Yes.
see something wrong. And the part about being, like, having to keep track of everybody, being aware of everybody, I get very obsessed with that almost, like,
Okay.
these are all my ducks and I have to keep them together. And I literally just had that experience this morning. And so for me, I need to understand that people can manage themselves and they'll get themselves where they need to go. And I don't have to worry about that because then it ends up taking away from my experience when I worry about making sure everybody's comfortable and happy and where they're supposed to be and not going to get lost and all that.
Absolutely, yes. And sometimes your ducks run off or they get lost, you know. So that's amazing reflection in what you are aware of in order to grow. Thank you for sharing.
Can I ask, sorry, South Node
It was Libra.
Oh, Libra.
Yes.
Because you sound like my partner, but he's a Scorpio.
Oh, yeah. Okay, who? Yeah.
Right, so mine was Sagittarius, and if I remember correctly, you said that was kind of like in the teaching with the strong beliefs and
Yes.
or debate anybody about your beliefs.
Yes.
The only part of that I thought was me was the teaching part. I guess I do have some strong beliefs about things, but I don't talk about them to other people in general.
Okay.
I'm not going to debate about them. So kind of half about that. But I guess where I'm feeling stuck is being in that spotlight, like being up there doing the teaching.
Okay, yeah, so that natural teaching abilities, it seems like that's what you're striving towards. And we'll talk about that opposite of Sagittarius is Gemini, which is all about communication. So that's amazing reflection that you're aware of that. And you're right, so certain aspects might not fit us as well, but it gives us a really good outlook and outline. Thank you. Yeah, anyone else who wants to share? Yeah, go ahead.
So mine was Capricorn,
Mm-hmm.
and I've always had a lot of responsibility put on me from as young as 7, 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So that comes naturally.
Yes.
When I'm the middle child, but my older sister had always had issues, so everything landed on me. I get stuck with letting things go, being able to let things fall apart if they have to. I have to keep everything nice and tidy and put together, and I feel like if I'm not there, things might not go as well as they should.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, yes. And being that boss thrust into that, yeah, and finding that balance with it, absolutely. Yeah, and we'll talk about your opposite of Cancer as well. Amazing. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was one of the Geminis. And for me, strength is definitely intellectual curiosity. That's what I love to learn. I don't ever want to stop learning. I'm very communicative,
Yes.
maybe overly communicative, and definitely a social butterfly, and I love gathering people together. It's one of my biggest joys. I'm always like,
Absolutely.
more than you. So, and certainly when you mentioned like the duality, being able to see both sides.
Yep.
For people, I've always been kind of that like Switzerland middleman, and you know, like I understand where other people are coming from. So I feel like that came very naturally coming into the world. And then where do I feel comfortable but stuck? Not anymore, but I know, you know, now I feel like I moved past a lot of this, but I used to get bored very easily. And I crave mental stimulation. So thank God I didn't grow up in the tech era that we're in now with phones and TikTok and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have gone right down that rabbit hole really fast. And also indecision was a past thing for me that I would get stuck, almost paralyzed in indecision and vacillating and procrastination.
Yeah, knowing what I know about you, you're an amazing example of you utilizing your South Node and then being aware of some of that shadow work and moving into that North Node. So thank you for sharing. Okay, amazing. And I want to get into our North Nodes a bit and what we're striving for, what we're looking for, how do we integrate? So who wants to shout out their North Node? Aquarius. Okay, I heard Aquarius and Taurus. So let's talk about our Aquarius. So for Aquarius North Node, again, this is where you are going. This is where you are headed in life. So we think about the opposite was Leo, shining, inner shine, already coming into the world with that. Moving into Aquarius of collaboration, humanitarianism, collective vision. So you're looking at how do you use your personal creativity and shine in order to help others? How do you utilize that, your own energy, your own spark of inspiration for the greater good? So that's a great reflection of how are you already doing something like that? How are you doing something bigger? Like right now, that's mine as well. So shining for others. All right, and do we have Taurus, North? Yeah? Okay. All right. And you came from Scorpio. So you're coming from that emotional depth, that ability to have that insight, being able to read others so well, to be so intuitive. And then moving into Taurus, which is stable, not going to be moved very easily by others, more stable within self. And we are looking at how can you transform into that calm, into that security when you feel so much. Something's happening in the room, how can you be strong and stable within self? And that can also allow you to hold that space for others when you do feel so deeply and you know so much. Okay, who's next?
Aries.
Okay, I heard Aries. All right, so we're going into a very fiery sign. Our first one of Aries. Hold on, let me find my Aries. As much as Aries is first, Aries is hiding. No. So we're moving out of Libra, which is all about creating that balance, looking at those relationships, moving into Aries, which is all about being independent, courageous, trusting your instincts, and they're the leader, they're the first in the zodiac. So we're looking at how can you lead while still having that amazing ability to balance things without seeking approval. We say, I trust my instincts, I trust my intuition, I know how to balance things. Now, how do I lead utilizing that? And also here we're looking at acting, sometimes without permission. Knowing that your decision, no matter what happens, people can be okay with it because it's coming from an authentic place. Okay, who's next?
Cancer.
Okay, I heard Scorpio and Cancer. So let's look at our Scorpio. Again, trying to find it. But we're coming from Taurus. While I'm looking for this. Okay, here we go. You're coming from that Taurus South Node that is super stable, reliable, really great at creating that comfort zone for self and others. Moving into Scorpio for your North Node of that emotional depth, being able to be vulnerable. Transformation. We're looking at how can you explore those emotions, that transformation with that comfort zone that you have. Because we know when we bring up things that are really personal, we want to make sure we feel comfortable, we feel cozy, having lots of cozy blankets, pillows, very Taurus. It's going to help bring out that Scorpio North Node to have that comfort. And we're also looking at creating some peace instead of that intensity of Scorpio, a little bit more relaxed to go in a little bit deeper. All right, and I heard Cancer, right, for North Node? Okay, beautiful. So you're coming from Capricorn, that leader, the boss, making a whole bunch of money, still great. But with our Cancer North Node, we are looking at Cancers are nice and soft. They're very emotional. They express their emotions as well. So we're also looking at how can you create an emotionally safe environment with that stability, with that leadership. Because you think of the best bosses you've ever had, allow space for emotion. Allow space for authentic self. Those days we come in, it's crazy, maybe something happened with the kids, spouse, driving to work, having that boss who can really hold that space for you. That's where we're looking at towards that Cancer North Node. So it's creating softness within that structure. Okay, who's next? Okay, Leo and Gemini. So looking at Leo, we're coming from Aquarius in the past. So moving into Leo is the one who shines. We have creative expression. We have that heart-centered leadership, shining for self, not necessarily looking for accolades with that. So you're looking at how can you inspire others, because Aquarius is all about others. You already have that in you. So how can you then bring yourself into it? Lead by using self, not putting yourself in the back or saying, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's for everybody else. We want to hear you with that Leo North Node. We want to know who you are. We want to see your shine. So we might look at where can you shine your light for the betterment of everyone else. And what was the other one I heard? Gemini. Thank you. Gemini is coming from Sagittarius. So what we're looking at, we talked about how Sagittarius is can sometimes have those, we'll say, very strong beliefs. They are the philosopher. They have that strong teaching ability. And coming into Gemini, they are curious. They love to learn. They love to know everything about a topic. And those things go amazing together. The more you learn, the more you talk to people, the more you get out there, the more you network, the better you are going to be able to teach, be a philosopher, maybe even a philosopher of life. So we're looking at how can maybe you even ask better questions in order to stay open, in order to then utilize that information, which is one of your strengths. Okay, who's next?
Libra.
Okay. Looking at our Libras. You're coming from Aries. Our first one, strong, independent. Moving into our Libra of cooperation, partnership, thinking about that emotional connection. So we can look at how can we share some of that success? How can we share some of that leadership? If someone's nervous, you might say, hey, you got this. Yes, borrow some of my confidence. Borrow some of my fire, some of my gusto to create some of those balance in that with that leadership energy when it comes to working with others. What else do we have?
Did we start with Aquarius? Yeah, we did Aquarius.
Do it again.
Yeah, we could do Aquarius again, absolutely. Because it is coming from Leo. So Leo, that natural shine is a strength. That ability to shine from within, to share self, to express self, is a natural strength. So moving into Aquarius, we're looking at the betterment of others, cooperation, humanitarianism. So we're seeing how can we use our own personal creativity, our own strengths in order to better the world, to help others, to spread our voice. Because you're going to have a very strong voice as somebody who came from that Leo energy in your South Node. Yes. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be like everybody else. So utilize you. Yes. Thank you. Be weird. The weirder, the better.
No, we did, yeah.
I don't think we did yet.
We're together, so yeah, we have been.
Okay, beautiful. So Sagittarius is coming from Gemini. And Gemini, again, you have that nice, strong sense of communication, that ability to see both sides of things. So then when we're looking at Sagittarius, where you're headed towards, that's going to be all about that. We talk about Sagittarius is the philosopher, the teacher. So you're then utilizing your wisdom. You're utilizing that personal philosophy, perhaps. Maybe some of the teachings even you learned in life. So we are embracing some of that curiosity. Some of that being able to see both sides in that teaching is going to make you a tremendous teacher because you already see it all. So when someone comes to you, whether it's an actual student or a student of life, you're going to have some words of wisdom, perhaps, some sort of direction. Talking about that Sagittarius in that North Node where you're headed towards. Anyone else? Okay. Does anyone have questions on theirs? Or want any more details on anything? Okay. So I have something for you to ponder when looking at our North Nodes. We look at what challenges you but excites you. Once you've wrote that down, I would love you to ask yourself, where is life asking me to grow? Maybe several people had said the same thing to you. Not a coincidence.
What was the last question? Was life asking me to grow?
Yes. And oftentimes it will keep showing up in your life, where it's asking for you to grow. Yes.
Quick question while I was writing. My North Node is the same as my rising.
Ooh.
Relation to that?
Yes. Yes.
What you get into?
That's beautiful. So yeah, I can answer your question while everyone's thinking. Yes, because we're going to have that in different parts of our astrological chart. Oftentimes things don't just live on that island. We're going to see some sort of repeating. And you said it was your North Node?
Yeah.
Okay. And with your rising, that's how you present to the world. That's how you show up. So you have a little bit of, we'll say like a step ahead, because it's already how you show up in the world, how people perceive you with that rising sign. So people are actually going to might even put some pressure on you to hit that North Node. Because they're like, oh, I see you in this light. And as we know, as we hear something, the more likely it is to kind of seep in as well. Yeah, that was a great question. Yes.
I just wanted to say how crazy I think it is that my daughter, I'm Scorpio Taurus, she's Taurus Scorpio. And so we like swapped notes.
Yes.
Is that significant?
Absolutely, yes. Because think about it this way, one of you had that past life, you already came in with it, the other person is striving towards it. So you both have something from each other to learn that's already a strength that the other person is working on. So it's nice to find the people who are opposite from you in order to help each other.
And it has to do with the sign energy, what you're learning.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Whether you're Scorpio, Taurus,
Yeah,
something in that realm.
absolutely, yes. Like you were saying, looking at their Scorpio, Taurus, so looking at that as well in those two signs.
That North Node on the ascendant made me think of the little child, like a 2-year-old who's really big, you know, and he looks like he's a 4-year-old, and people treat him, they have these expectations, because, you know, he hasn't grown into it yet,
Yes,
you know. They have the expectations that he's bigger, that he's a 4-year-old, but he's really just a 2-year-old.
right.
And so, it changes the way people treat him, you know, because they don't realize he's only 2. They're like,
Yes.
why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And he's like, I'm only 2. So the expectations, I think, show up there. They'll get more expectations to be that North Node, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and that's a great point. And sometimes it almost like comes out of our pores,
We haven't grown
that
into it.
energy. Yes, yes. And it does take time. And we talked about those returns as well. Every 18.6 years, we're getting closer and closer to that node. And of course, with that inner work can help us reach it as well. Thank you. Okay. So I see a lot of you have stopped writing. So who's ready to share on some of those reflection questions for that North Node? Yeah.
So what challenges me but excites me is public speaking, teaching. I love one-on-one, but the idea of being able to educate and inspire
Yes.
a large group of people, more people, to be the best version of their healthy selves, excites me. But I feel held back by my lack of confidence, and I think, I just like get so caught up in all the details of knowing everything, and then do I know enough? Am I giving them enough?
Right.
And it just keeps me stuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is that perfect place to practice as well. Yeah, and you had the Leo North Node, correct? Yes, so that place to shine. And it's great that if the people around you know that as well, a little encouragement. We're like, yes, go towards your Leo North Node. We would love to hear from you. And so that's why it's great to know friends, family, how can we support them? How can we support coworkers, this amazing group of women that we have? We can all support each other with our nodes as well. Thank you. And you had something? Yeah.
Yeah, so Gemini, North Node, so challenging but exciting, just teaching, letting people know about, being observant and slowing down and conservation of wildlife, marine life,
Yeah.
ocean and everything, and inspiring others. And where I feel like I'm being asked to grow more, to be more verbal and not be afraid to shine.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, and we all support you and honor you in that journey. Thank you. Who else would like to share?
I'll share. I really relate to that, but I'm the opposite.
about hearing you speak about being Gemini and just the mental stimulation and needing to, I was like researching things, make up an hour. It's like you said, I've never stopped learning. That's how I started. I've never stopped learning. I love it. But then actually taking that next step to sharing has been a huge thing for me. And it's been years where I feel like people have said, oh, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And I'm just like, no, I'm not ready, I'm not ready. So I don't think I'll ever be ready. I just want to keep learning. And so I think, taking that next step to
Yeah.
actually sharing would be great.
Yeah, it sounds like now is the time. I say the universe will keep sending us people to repeat themselves. They're like, okay, send another one, send another one. And then they sent me. So yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for speaking out. You took us a step in the right direction. There we go. Yay. Yes. Who else would like to share? Yes, thank you.
Challenges me that excites me would actually be my sound healing practice.
Mm.
Interesting because it's so exciting for me, but there's been little hurdles along the way, like public speaking and up in front of crowds and not feeling like I know enough to be doing it. I need to know more. The I'm not good enough kind of thing comes in once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's that imposter kind of syndrome.
Yeah.
Treatment. And where is life asking me to grow? For me, it would be personal boundaries and saying no, and being more and doing less.
Oh, beautiful. And you had that Leo South, Aquarius North, correct? Okay. Yeah. And being able to that natural ability to shine with those sound bowls and the ability to say no is amazing. And thank you for sharing that.
I feel like it does it pretty perfectly because like in the sound healing, it's the giving to others in the community and the world as a whole in that energetic place. So that's already kind of coming out of the sound healing.
Yes. Yeah, very Aquarius North Node. And like that love to give back to others.
That electrical brain energy.
Yes. Amazing. Thank you. Okay. Who else? Share some reflections.
I do agree, it's the same exact one, right, correct? Where I have an issue with like public speaking usually as well. I can talk one-on-one, but when it actually comes to like a larger group, I feel a little more inclusive. And I want to get more out there and use myself because I know that I do shine and do it in a larger audience because I can speak one-on-one for hours and I'm good. But then when it comes to a group, I'm like, yeah, hey, blurt something, and then I'm like, I'm done. So yeah, I like you said, Kool-Aid Man. I kind of come in, say hey, and then come back out. So, yeah.
Amazing reflection. Thank you. Yeah. And I can use that into a segue because I'm also that Leo South Node, Aquarius North Node. So I will use the shine that I came into this world with in order to help others by sharing a little bit of my story. I used to be incredibly shy. If a teacher called on me in class, bright red, super scared, super shy. And it wasn't until I started to get older and I felt this voice inside of me that wanted to come out, that wanted to be heard. And I was very much more Aquarius North Node in rejecting where I came from. I wanted to help others. I got into counseling, went to school for criminal justice, psychology, victim services administration, became a substance counselor, and became a professor. And all of a sudden, I was speaking everywhere. I was teaching all throughout the United States. I was teaching federally in Kansas, Utah, Connecticut, California, and I liked it. I was like, this is kind of great. I like to be able to share my voice while bringing something in from the audience. And that's why I do that. Because to me, to come up here and talk at you, that's where I've been. That is that Leo South Node. So everyone else being able to share their experiences, everyone to be able to dive in deeper, ask questions, people gravitate towards that shine. It brings out their bravery. It brings out the things that maybe the universe has been asking for them to listen to for quite some time. Because courage is contagious. Like a motivational speaker, you leave there and you're like, yeah, let's do it. Let's win at life. Woo! We're bringing that energy in. So I want to thank you all for helping me to aspire to that North Node. Thank you all for sharing, for all of your participation, and I'm so honored to be in this room with all of these amazing people, these amazing women. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back on. Thanks.
Test it. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am Dr. Diane Hayden, and I am here today with two of my favorite ladies. I'm just going to say just a quick thing about myself, and then I'll let Jacqueline and Joy actually introduce themselves as well. So I'm the publisher of two holistic lifestyle magazines, Natural Nutmeg Magazine and Essential Maples Magazine in Connecticut and Southwest Florida. And we basically are a platform, an educational platform for practitioners to write articles, to do branding advertising. We do everything from obviously creating the magazine, which is print and digital, to podcasts, internet radio shows, email marketing, social media marketing, kind of the whole gamut, because I've been publishing for almost, it'll be 20 years this year actually, and I've realized that holistic practitioners either hate marketing, don't want to do it at all, don't have the time to do it, or don't know what to do. And so we kind of created this whole platform for them. So I'm excited today about this marketing panel, so I'm going to let Jacqueline introduce herself next.
And thank you for creating this, and Melissa for putting this together. I am Jacqueline Kane. I like to call myself low back pain specialist and triple your income specialist. I use effective tools to get to the root cause of your physical, emotional, and financial pain. Underneath all of that pain has an energetic and emotional component. And when you heal that, the pain goes away, your illness goes away, and actually you become more abundant in all areas of your life. So thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Joy Perugini, and I'm a conscious movement and energy medicine practitioner. I'm also an ordained minister, an intuitive channel, and a shaman. So I wear many hats. I own a beautiful Center for Movement and Healing Arts in Plainville, Connecticut, in real space. And I've been a business owner for over 30 years, which is a little bit scary to say out loud. Yeah, and I'm just so excited to be here and have this opportunity to help you grow and expand, and all of us elevate fearlessly.
Awesome. So what we thought we would do with this panel is I have a bunch of questions. We're just going to kind of talk them like through them as a group, and then certainly if anybody has any other questions, please throw them out to us, or I might just ask you guys if you have any comments or anything like that based on what the question is, because we're all pretty much, entrepreneurs here, and marketing is not easy. Honestly, like I tell people all the time, I think that being a solo entrepreneur, you have to wear so many hats, and that's why I started the magazines. It's like, how can you're supposed to be doing what you're passionate about, right? Which is helping people. And you also have to do all of this other stuff to run a business, all the administration, all the marketing, all of that. It's almost impossible to do it all, honestly, yeah. So hopefully we will impart a lot of wisdom today and just information for you guys to take with you in terms of helping you market and grow your businesses as well. So I think I want to start with, what have you found that has worked in marketing your business, or what hasn't worked?
I can go.
Go ahead.
Sure. What hasn't worked? A lot of push and a lot of drive in my world. I owned a business for many years, and I ran it from a very, shall we say, masculine standpoint, a very work hard for the money standpoint. And that business was hugely successful, however, to the expense of my life and my work balance, work-life balance. So for me, what I have found is that now a more community-based approach has really worked beautifully. There's been a huge softening in my life as I've moved forward, older, wiser, those kinds of things I think certainly all take place as well. Some humbling things, but I will also say, to Diane's point, I often call myself chief toilet bowl scrubber because I'm still doing all the things. But what I found now is that I really have created this incredible container that is now being filled with incredible people. So for me, it's a community, and they kind of do a lot of the marketing for me in a lot of ways. And then when organic things arise, like other opportunities to put myself and my community out there, then everything goes up together, and it's very much in alignment. I hope I answered your question.
Yes,
I
of
might have
course.
lost sight of it somewhere in there.
No, no, that was awesome.
Yeah, perfect. I think when we push and when we hire coaches who are like, you have to do it this way, you have to do this and this, and have all these systems in place, and you're working so hard to get it all done, right, along with cleaning that toilet, you're not making money. You're kind of spinning, and it doesn't go the right way. It's worked more for me when I've let go of all those rules and conditions, and I just followed my own insight and followed my own path and become more of us instead of becoming who they think I was meant to be. So the more I've stepped into owning who I am and just speaking my way and all of that, then that's when business gets better.
Yeah,
100%.
I agree with everything you're saying. For me, definitely community. It's in my situation is interesting because I started Natural Nutmeg about 20 years ago, and I just launched, not just, I keep saying that, but 6 years ago I launched Essential Naples, and it's so interesting to go through like the process again and kind of have to think back, what did I do to make Natural Nutmeg successful? Like, you know, and how come some things up there don't work down here and like that kind of thing. But for me, a big thing was community. In the beginning, I created like an advisory board. And a member is here, Dr. Deanna Sharon. She's still on she was one of my first advisory board members, but I kind of brought the community of holistic practitioners in, and we worked together. It was almost like they had ownership in the magazine. We worked together to kind of create this whole thing that I was building. And I think that was huge for me because a lot of those people stayed advertising with me for over 10 years, some even longer than that. And that's like unheard of, you know? So community is huge. And also for me, it was about to continue to say yes, like keep taking a risk, take another risk. Yeah, some of it's gonna fail, but if you're not failing, you're not growing, you're not doing it. You have to be okay with the fact that you're going to make some decisions that aren't going to work out right. But then you just know what doesn't work, right? And so you can change that and back and forth. And while we're talking about these things and thinking about it, I love Abriella's presentation in terms of getting everybody to kind of know a little bit about where they came from and where they're going. Because maybe think about that from the perspective of how you build your business and how you market your business. Like, what are your strengths? If one of your strengths is communication, that's networking, right? Like, you should be spending more time networking to build your business, for sure.
100%. I think authenticity is such an important piece of the puzzle, and finding your authentic self. You know, people will very much fight the idea, myself included, with marketing and strategy and spending money on ads and those sort of things. But when you can step into a place of authenticity and create from your heart in that way, then it comes across very differently. So don't be afraid to be you. Again, if someone is saying you have to do it this way, don't throw it out. If there's a book on, like, throw it away. Just be yourself, because that's when the big things come. I have clients who have been with me for 20 years. I closed my business. I shut it down. I burned it down to the ground. And those people were still out there waiting for me to rebuild it 10 years later.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And don't get caught up in the FOMO of what everybody else on social media is doing. Just stay true to you and feel comfortable with how you're putting yourself out there.
Yes, because not all paths work for everyone. Some people's businesses don't work on social media, marketing it that way, honestly. So, yeah, you have to do what feels right for you. What is either a challenge that you're having right now in your business, or a big challenge that you remember at one time that maybe you might want to talk about because you worked through it?
Well, for me, shifting who I work with, shifting my clientele and my niche is something that I'm doing actually at the moment. So getting out and pushing myself to be more present and to network with different groups is hard. It's
Because
just
you're rebranding.
rebranding and getting back out there and trying to attract a whole new crowd, which goes into the marketing, which goes into everything I'm doing compared to what I was doing before, even though, so I'm looking to attract like the realtors and people in that realm, even though I have a lot of realtor clients. But there's something in my head, right, that it's like, oh, I can't go there. So it's just working the mindset of I'm already doing it. So it's just getting out where they finding where they hang out, and then being there. Because I'm an introvert. This is not me. I like being home.
Doing great. You're doing great.
Oh, come on.
I've learned to be an extrovert.
Yeah. I think I want to piggyback off what Diane said earlier in that having had the business in the past, my new business is pretty much a toddler. It's 2.5 years old. And what worked over 10 years ago now, didn't work. And a lot of me was like, what is going on? And it was like, no, stop. As soon as I went back into this big brick and mortar thing, old Joy jumped in so fast, and she's like ready to rock the world and be hard and go fast and do it all herself. And then thank God I was still in there somewhere. Like, she was driving the car for a little while, but I kind of popped ego out of the front seat and was like, right, Spirit Joy's got to get back in here and really find that alignment again. And then once in a while, I ask good friends to teach a class for me. So I'm not doing it all by myself. Once in a while, I ask my partner to help me clean the bathroom. So I'm still chief toilet scrubber, just for the record, because I do it right. But he helps, and he's there. So I think, shifting out of that, the old version of what used to work for you, you have to kind of clean slate it and just start new and fresh in so many ways. And then the right people, they will find you. I mean, the name of my business is Vibe Worldwide, and your vibe attracts your tribe. I mean, it's so trite, but it's honestly so true. So, yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you, anyone in the audience have a question? Like, what is a challenge that you are dealing with right now in your business, marketing or anything that you want to pick our brain on? Gabrielle?
So I find my niche changes sometimes, and I'm trying to then adjust to those changes. So I would love to hear from you what, sort of advice you have with that, or even own personal experience.
Well, is it the niche that's changing, even though the main thing that you share is the same? It's just who you're attracting?
Yes, and it's big shifts and very noticeable shifts.
So then you're stepping into a bigger part of your business and sharing more of what's possible for you and your business, and you're also sharing that with your clients.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think we grow with our business, right? So every level, like, when we start out with just that baby, can I do it? And every growth, then you're attracting more people who are ready to go to the next level. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Then you guys don't need this panel because you have it all figured out. Come on, I know somebody has a challenge. You haven't gotten to what? Your challenge?
In your
What's
business.
the challenge in getting to the challenge?
There you go.
Well, my challenge will be the marketing part of, and the publishing of the book. I just have to finish the book. It's not a challenge finishing it, I just have to finish it, if that makes sense. So getting it out there is going to be the challenge.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so there's not like a block or something
There's a step.
within, you're going to
Not
fit.
yet, but I'm foreseeing a block with the getting it out there.
Well, don't worry about that. Just finish the book first. As a publisher, I think I probably can help you out with some things. But yeah, like publishing a book, finding a publisher, or if you're going to self-publish, then yeah, so I am a huge proponent of email marketing. I still believe, and I can tell you that is still that is my biggest way of of selling advertising, hands down, versus social media or, you know, even networking, I would say. I guess the networking comes first and then you build your email list. But I would be building your email list now. Like everybody, anyone you meet that you can get on your list. Because especially with self-publishing, it's going to be you having to market to people that will then word of mouth, you know, and then it'll grow from that. So that would be my tip, build your email list. Anything else?
And throw little snippets out and get people excited about what's coming. Get a list of people who will help you once it's out there, that will help you share it to their communities. You could start that now.
You could.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. So one of the things we talked about when the three of us met is that your business is like its own being.
It is.
Its own entity. It has its own energy. And how do you feed that? And also, why do you need to clear your energy before putting your
Your
brand
shingle
out
out?
there?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of two questions, but you guys can.
sure.
It is. So we get all excited about our business, right? And what we do, and then we put a shingle out there, and then all our fears come to the surface. So when you start putting yourself out there, that's when all your limitations and everything is going to show up. So if there's any part of you that's afraid to ask for money, if there's any part of you that's afraid to be seen, that is all going to show up the minute you hang your shingle out there. So before you even spend all the money on marketing and all that stuff, my advice is to make sure that you know who you are. Heal whatever part is so afraid of getting out there. And then it'll be easier. You'll be more in alignment with who you're attracting, what you're doing, how you're serving them, and it'll be easy for you to make money in your business.
So I'm going to bring you all back to that meeting that the three of us had. And I'm going to go a little bit woo on you. So I think this is the audience to do it. But I brought to the table this idea that your business literally has a chakra system. And just like our bodies have these beautiful energy channels, energy centers that run through this beautiful channel of a temple of our body, so does your business. And so again, keeping yourself clear will also clear your business in some ways, but you also have to do the energetic hygiene for your business as well. So you can, freshen things up. Jackie can tell you, money loves attention. Like, look at your books, get them cleaned up, get them organized before it's tax time, please. Like, do yourselves these solids, invest in health, get a good accountant, get a good attorney. Don't play small. My first business was an S Corp and it was a big thing. And now I'm an LLC, but I still treat it like it was that S Corp. So that's kind of the energetic clearing, if you will, through a business. Because again, energy, like the money loves attention because it's energy. That's all it is. And the people are going to then feel that energy and be attracted in. Again, frequency, at the end of the day, frequency and vibration rules this planet, whether you realize it or not. So you might as well start participating in it. I also love the idea, and Diane can tell you what her business's new name is. Okay, good. I also love the idea of naming your business outside of what your business name is. So my business is Vibe Worldwide, but her kind of over-encompassing spirit, if you will, is Genevieve. So I named her and I talked to her. I usually just call her Vibey when I'm in there, and I thank her when I leave every day. I'm like, thank you for taking such good care of us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the creative, all of it, because it isn't me anymore. It has taken on a world of its own. That community is its own thriving ecosystem right now. And it has very little to do with me, except for I'm the one who shows up and unlocks the door and throws the party. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
That resonated with me so much because I was like, Well, absolutely, it is its own being because I have no publishing experience at all when I started Natural Nutmeg. I consulted with other, a couple other publishers for a couple of years, but I literally was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna, well, let's see. Do you want to write an article? You want to place an ad? Like what? This will all come together. But I never, to this day, 20 years later, if I explain to any other publisher how I run this business, they would be like, you're crazy, because how does that even work? I don't have like a set amount of articles that have to come in or a set amount of ads and okay, we can only do 5 quarter pages this month and 10 1/6 and it has to be 500-600 word. Like there's no template for that. It literally just works every single, well, we used to be monthly. Every single month, now we're bi-monthly. Every single issue, it works out like down to like maybe like this little fraction of a section that didn't have something come in for it. And my graphic designer is just like, how do you do this? I'm like, I don't do anything. Like someone else from up there is divinely guiding this magazine because I do not plan any of it. I reach out, it comes back. And literally it's like, I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I think my business does have a name. So I texted her, I'm like, her name is Maeve. And Joy texted me back like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Maeve?
I'm like, the magazine. You told me she had a name.
I literally said, did you text the wrong person, didn't I? I was like, who? It's so cute. That's great. And I'll tell you, a big piece of this is having faith and trust, and I'll go into that much more deeply tomorrow when I talk to you guys. But, I can give a prime example. My chiropractor, he does not take appointments anymore. He used to. And it was a lot. And he just kind of was like, you know what, this doesn't work for me anymore. And I'm just going to trust, because he just got the inkling. He just, sometimes it's that little quiet voice right in the back of your head. And that's your guides. That's your people being like, hey, over here. No, you don't have to be this stressed out. Let's give you this idea. And it was the craziest idea. No appointments. Open windows of time that people can come into and out of his office. No lines ever. It is so seamless. It is so wonderful. And it is this beautiful community because people get to really like meet each other kind of in the area. Like there's no waiting room anymore. It's all one big open space and we're all in there together laughing and like being silly and catching up on, like you're meeting people. Which is another networking opportunity, just saying. But he had the faith in it to be like, I'm just going to throw this scheduler out the window and see what happens. So if you get those little inklings, and we all get them, so don't even pretend you don't get them. And if you're not getting them, then we'll talk a lot about meditation later, okay? But you got to be clear and you got to at least, shut your cute little face up for a few minutes a day to allow, honestly, I'm just going to say spirit to communicate with you because they always are, always are. But I think faith is such a big piece of it. You've got to, like I said, burn it all down and see what happens and then trust in the next step because everything is always perfect. It always works out seamlessly if you just trust in it and keep moving forward. Baby steps.
Yeah. So I love the next topic, money. Woohoo. How do you clear those money blocks? And we all have money blocks, I think, about some way, shape, or form, right? So when you intellectually understand money is energy, right? And you put out there what you want, but for some reason you're still not getting back. Like financially, maybe your business is struggling a little bit, or even if you go through these like highs and lows, like one of the things I love to talk about to practitioners is just, if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And you have to be comfortable with being up here and being down here because it is just the natural flow of business. You're going to have months, years when your revenue is high. You're going to have, and I'm not saying like consecutively, just on and off and whatever. Months, years when the revenue is low for whatever reasons. So how do you, I guess, just either get through that or kind of clear when you feel like you're, like I know what I want to attract. I know how much revenue I want to attract. Why am I not attracting it?
Such a great topic.
It's definitely her department.
So interesting. So first of all, money is energy, and money, the income that you're receiving is directly proportionate to your how worthy you feel about yourself. Let's just start with that. And then when did you decide how worthy you are, and when did you decide how self-confident you are and that you deserve to make and earn a certain amount of income? So part of it is ancestral, that gets passed down. And I have a great story. So when I became a Tapping into Wealth coach, I started looking at my own money numbers. And I was making the same amount of money every year, no matter how much networking, marketing, anything I did. And I was like, well, that was an eye-opener. Like, why am I wasting so much time? And then I started helping my son. And I said, by the way, how much are you making? He was making the same amount of money I was stuck at. That's how deep ancestral energy gets passed down. So all of your money stuff you learned from the people that brought you up, that raised you. So there's a great exercise that if you all just close your eyes very quickly, picture yourself to be 5 or 6 years old. Wow, interesting.
That's funny.
Yeah. Bring your parents into this visualization, and now they're talking about money. Mm-hmm. They're talking about paying the bills, spending, saving, all that stuff. And what just happened to you and that little person inside of you? What are the beliefs that that little person created about money? What's the emotion? Did a part of that little person just shut down? Because what the stories I'm used to hearing are, and what my father spent it, my mother paid the bills, and there was a lot of argument. So at that age, why would I want something that caused so many arguments in my life? So we energetically push it away. And then here we are older and we're like, I'm gonna have a business, that's gonna be great, and I'm gonna market it. No, because you still have beliefs that I can't trust money, money's not safe, we're gonna fight over it, there's not enough, money's bad, whatever. We all have all of those beliefs and thoughts in there. And as you're older, that what I call wounded inner child could still be closing the door when you're trying to run your business. So, you're doing the marketing, you have your event, you're doing all this stuff, and all of a sudden you get sick, or somebody in your family gets sick, and all of a sudden you derail. You're like, I got to take care of that person. I have to close my business down for a little bit. So there's all these parts of us that jump in when we think we're just running a business. But all these things come to the plate. So if you really want to know how you feel about money, ask yourself, what did my parents teach me about money? Did they even talk about it? Was it a mystery? Was it confusing? So there's definitely, and I'll go through this tomorrow, there's ancestral clearing you can do to release those things. And I want to say that both my son and myself have moved past that. So there's definitely ways to move past that, and I use EFT or emotional freedom technique to create more abundance for yourself. And then there's even your office, your space, there's feng shui. So when you line everything up, then you can triple your income. My mortgage guy came to me, he was bringing it, now remember he's a mortgage guy, so he deals in big numbers. He was bringing in $1 million. He was looking at a $4 million month. So he went from basically like a $12 million year to a $20 million year, and now he's looking at $40 million. So when you line everything up, you heal all those parts of yourself, and you create a space that's in alignment. It all shows up. Did I answer your question?
I think you
Perfect.
did thoroughly. She's got our bases covered. I often will talk about kind of like ceilings and hitting a ceiling and hitting a cap. And to get kind of through, so let's put it this way. Your ceiling right now is essentially what is exactly in your bank account right now, which can kind of be horrifying to some people to think about, unless you've already worked with Jackie over here. So
if you have a money goal and you're like, I'm going to just $10,000 a month. I want to make $10,000 a month for my business. I would say to you, okay, now double it, because that's where you need to be. Because 10,000, to get to 10,000, you're going to have to see 20, like at least in your mind's eye, because then you're going to shoot past the 10, and you're going to be over the top, right? And then when you get to that 20, and now it's like, okay, I want 40. No, you don't. You want 80. You've got to keep up level, because that's your frequency and vibration. So it can, and if that scares you,
That's your ceiling.
hello, done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you brought up the ancestral part, because
Oh, it's huge.
this is interesting. So I've gotten to places in my life where I have a lot of revenue, then it'll dip down a little bit, come back up, this kind of back and forth type thing. Like I feel like I'm in that. And sometimes it does have to do with just economic things.
Sure.
Like there are seasons, just like anything else,
COVID
right?
comes through.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that kind of thing. But I just recently learned, my mother literally just told me this story, that when she was, I'm going to say 22, her father got a huge raise. And she tells this story that she was an only child. I'm an only child. Her father came home, and he basically like threw all this money on the table. And him and my grandmother were kind of like just throwing it up there. They'd never had this much money. He was a painter, and then he actually got a job at Ensign Bickford, and they started moving him up the ranks and whatever. And 3 months later, he was diagnosed with a brain tumor. And 6 months later, he was gone.
Oh, wow.
So what do you think the story was about money? Right? Like,
There's a lot of fear there.
Well, and I love that
Yeah.
you brought up the money story, because if you can just finish this sentence for me, very simple. Money is blank. Money is blank. Like, what did you hear as a kid? Because the first thing, and I'm like, oh, I'm the freak. What was it? Money is energy? Is that your first go-to true drop it in answer? Because that's beautiful, it is. Because if I'm up in my head, money is abundant, money is, because I do my mantras and I do my, no. If I drop down into little Joy, 6-year-old version of Joy, out the gate, so fast, money is scarce. It popped. Money is
Money's
scarce.
not safe.
Money's not safe.
Money is evil.
Money's evil. Money doesn't grow on trees.
Causes fights. It breaks up relationships.
I got to work hard for my money.
Yeah. It's what?
Money is greedy.
Greedy.
that's a good one.
Yeah. How many people have said, oh, it must be nice? Right? When someone's driving that car, you've always, and the only person you're doing dirty at that point is yourself.
I'm going to bring up a name.
Yes.
Kardashian.
Whee!
How much judgment and
Oh,
that's wrong and they shouldn't be spending it comes up when you hear a name, right? There's judgment that goes with it.
Yeah.
But they could also be helping so many people.
Good
And
for
so
them.
could you. So if you tripled 100 times your income, all the people you could serve.
Yeah.
We just have to get through our own blocks and our own feelings and really drop in, what do I really feel about it?
Because I'd love to say money is abundant and have that be the pop, but that wasn't the pop. When I got real with myself and I answered honestly, it was money is scarce. And it was like, and I was like, whoa. Like, and I honestly, and you'll know when you hit the right answer because you'll tear up a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll have a very
Visceral
reaction to it, 100%, a visceral response.
Any other words for money out there? Did we cover them all? It's what?
Did we get them all?
It's what?
I said it's hitting home.
Oh,
Yeah, good.
What you just said.
Good. Something's popping up, right? Like,
Yeah, because my mother and I right now are having big money things. And a couple days ago, my dad had passed and left some money, not a lot. And I was like, I really wish he would have not left me a dime. Because we would have not had this struggle that we're having right now.
oh,
And so I'm like pushing that away as you're speaking. I'm like, oh, I'm pushing the money like away because it's
to the
Yeah.
relationship with my mother.
Yeah.
I mean, it's her projecting it onto me, but I'm thinking the solution would be if I didn't even have the money, if I wasn't successful, if
Maybe,
it wasn't available to me, then
maybe.
we would have a better relationship. Which makes me want to play smaller.
Right.
And
So it's not really the money, there's something underneath it, right? So when we do the clearing, let's just see what happens from there. Sometimes it can just change the relationship and clear away whatever the disappointment or the ick is that's showing up. And she's acting because maybe her parents did the same thing. People, relationships, history repeats itself, right? So this, if you look back, like, did your mom have a great relationship with her mother, right? And back, and it's all connected. It's all the same. I've seen it in health issues. I worked with a young boy who had ended up with a brain tumor at 4 years old. When I did a session with the parents, I was like, so anybody else in your family have brain issues? Oh yeah, a cousin had brain tumor. So every history repeats itself, right? So one, energetically, ancestrally, it's passed down. And then to clean up the part of you, heal that wounded younger child in you that's still holding on to that. Because that's the frequency that's going out, and that's what you're attracting on some level.
my business is successful.
But it could be more successful.
Right.
Like, I'm thinking, yeah, exactly. It is, but
Because there's a part of you that's still holding on to all this turmoil, and you have to work harder to get stuff done. So imagine if you didn't have the turmoil, you'd have more energy. You would just be in alignment.
And then I would talk to you about grounding and root chakra and
Oh, all that stuff.
all of that
Yeah,
stuff.
it all goes together.
Yeah.
Which business are you talking about?
the copy business.
Right. But what about your sound healing business?
Well, the sound healing right now, it just feels like such a passion project, and.
Oh, you don't want any money?
It's because
I
it's you.
appreciate the money, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think of that and think of income or money, it being
Not
a money
yet.
stream. My coffee business is my money stream. And although it's successful, it could definitely be more successful. Like I was resonating with Jacqueline was saying, was like, it's kind of plateaued where I'm making the same amount of money year after year. I mean, my sales are higher, but my income continues to be the same.
Yeah,
And
that's an ancestral.
that needs to elevate.
Yeah.
I would also say if you could consider your business embodied as a being. So if you named your business, would she deserve money?
Oh, she does.
She does, right? So is it just a passion project or is it,
The sound healing business?
right,
Oh,
the sound
yeah.
healing
I mean,
business?
she absolutely deserves money.
Yeah.
She does.
Yeah.
And it's more than sound healing.
And it's more than money for you. It's also what are you going to do with that money? What organizations can you help? Where can you help to... I don't want to be a billionaire to be a billionaire. I want to be a billionaire so I can
Cancel,
help.
clear, delete
I mean,
that.
no. I don't want... Did you hear me? I don't want to be a billionaire just to be a billionaire. I want to be a billionaire so I
would.
can help save this beautiful planet of ours and all the people in it. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I really do want to save the world. And that's going to take a whole lot of money.
When
Yes.
when holistic practitioners start getting paid as much as athletes,
Amen.
I will be complete. You guys need to get paid much more.
Yeah, amen.
I was going to say that just translates really well into something that I wanted to say about the words that you say. Because if I told you how many times I heard from holistic practitioners, oh, I can't afford that. Oh, that's too expensive.
No.
It's not.
Oh.
I'm not doing this for the money.
Right. Like, well,
don't have to
so
get paid.
what I want to say is, oh, I can't afford that. Do you have a cheaper package? What I want to say to them is, well, what's the least amount of clients you want? Like, think about it that way. If
Yeah.
you're asking me what's the smallest thing you can be in, what's the smallest amount of people that you want? Because that's what you're going to attract.
You're compressing.
Like,
it.
I say this all the time, and I think people are like, well, she's just saying that because she just wants to get more
'Cause
money
she's
out of
selling.
me. Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But it's like, it's perception.
Yeah.
Deanna could tell you, she was at a quarter page, she went to a full page. What happened? How many more people did you get? Kelly McCarthy, sixth of a page, went to a half page. She's like, oh my God, I was getting 1 or 2 people. It went to like 10 to 15 people a month. I'm getting
Believe it.
10 calls a week. And I'm like, I am not saying this to you just to take your money. Listen, if I wanted to make that amount of money, I would not be doing this business. I would be like, who knows what I would have been doing. Like, literally, I am telling you this because this is the perception from the public. Small ad, small business, maybe not credible, I don't know. Large ad, oh, huge practice, professional. It's just the way people think.
It's
like
that expansion. It's
Yeah.
moving into that expanded state.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
And
energetically, that's huge.
I got to say something about women. It's like the men that come to me, what's
make
the
it-
biggest ad I can get?
Yeah.
Can I be on the cover? How much thousands of dollars? Here, I'll pay you. Never have a problem with that. It's like,
The men triple their income so fast.
I bet.
yeah.
Women are like, no, I don't know. I'll raise it $5. What? $5.
Yeah, no. Deanna,
No.
you need to raise your rates. That's another thing I love to do. Coaching women on raising their rates.
Raise them.
She came to me, she's
10
like, well,
times them.
I'm charging like $150. I'm like, you're an MD. You should be charging $350. No. My office manager told me I can't do that. No one will come. Okay. Months, but
Fire
she finally
your
did
office
it.
manager.
Yeah, exactly.
No, when you connected me with that doctor in
Yes.
North Carolina, she said to me, you need to double your prices for this, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
At the office.
Yeah.
So I said to my office manager, we're doubling our prices. She's like, you can't do that. I'm like, well, yeah, I can. I'm the only one.
And you got to go.
Watch me.
I
Watch
need a
me.
new manager.
You can't double your prices. Watch me.
I was also going to say, when you talk about what came up for me when you said money, was it's the men that makes the decisions about it.
Uh-huh.
That's
It's the men that make the decisions about money.
It's true. And a lot of people are like, oh, nobody's going to pay those fees. Nobody has that fee. I had a guy come in and sit right in front of me, and I clearly showed him what he needed to work on. And again, he was in real estate and mortgages. And he said, how much? I said, 3 months, this much. He said, let me just move some money. I was like, I'd like 10 of you every month. Attract the people who will just move some money and say, here you go. They're there. They're out there. We just don't think they're going to land in front of us.
Melissa, what did you do? I know you have a story.
I have a yes story.
Yeah.
So, Diane had been
Well,
encouraging-
Melissa won our 10 Best Award. We do a reader nominated. The magazine has nothing to do with it. The readers nominate, and then this algorithm takes the top 10 people that got the most nominations in all these different categories. So Melissa won for Holistic Center and APRN.
And so Diane had been encouraging me, and for all the reasons, every single reason you just stated, and probably more.
Well, then they have an opportunity. So we list everybody that wins on the winners' pages, and then the winners have an opportunity to do something bigger. They can do what I call a spotlight. It's a full page. We include headshot photography. They go to my photographer. They get their headshot done. They pick a picture. They write a 400 page word story of their journey, and we publish this beautiful full page ad for them. So I was talking to Melissa like, you should do the full page ad.
And that was over a period of probably 3 to 4 weeks of
Right.
consistent, gentle encouragement to really take this ad out. And it came from an authentic place, and it was not a hustle. It was Diane speaking really from her knowledge and her deep wisdom about how this matrix of marketing really works. And I said to my husband, God, Diane is relentless. She will not let this go.
Wait a second. second. All I do is email you and ask, in my defense.
But in my mind,
Do you want to do the spotlight, or what are you thinking?
but in my mind, that's like how, the feeling part.
Gotcha.
That's the feeling part, right?
Yeah.
And my husband's like, Melissa, do the ad, of course, like, just do the ad, we're good for, he said, we're good for the money, meaning, like, he.
And the
was
ad is
guy
15, so we
that
know what
was
we're talking about. The ad is $1,500.
So
Go ahead.
Here's my husband, how much? And he
Because
goes,
the men make the
Because the men
decisions.
make the decisions.
I'm Jacqueline over there. Like, so that was it. It was November 1st, and I just said, yes. I literally was sitting on my yoga mat, and I said, you're right, I'm gonna do it. And I said, yes. And the minute I put my phone down, I got this like overwhelming like download, and I said, Diane, would you do a destination retreat with me? And Diane said, yes.
Oh, yeah. She said yes to the spotlight, and then she pitched me with something. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Okay.
And we both said yes.
I'm like,
we do.
yes, with one caveat. It's got to be in Sedona.
And here we are.
Yeah.
And here we are.
I know.
But that was 90 days ago.
I know.
And our lives have changed. And we were able to call all of these women who, majority are participating in a national nutmeg. They are in our communities. They are top business women. They are here because they're on a spiritual journey and because we have, collective consciousness about being luminaries in this world and transforming all of what you're talking about. Transforming that. But I recognize that I need you ladies in my life. I need you ladies in my life because you all make me want to be a better human. And I want to be in that place where I can make a difference. And I think, Jacqueline, you're very right. And also joy. When you open your heart, when you come from a place of service, but when you commit, when you are Diane and command it, when you command that, there's a balance, Joy. Coming into attunement with your authentic self, where you find that balance, so you can resonate at that frequency and vibration of what is authentically you.
Agreed. And if Diane wasn't coming from her authentic self, it would have come across differently to you. The energy behind it would have felt a little skeevy or a little salesy or what have you. What I love to talk about a lot is sacred structure. So structure is important. Don't get me wrong. Again, your money loves attention. Please balance your books. Please look at these things. But you can make it sacred. You can create sacred containers to look at your money in. Or, also, could you all, bang out right now, like how many clients you have? Do you know that number? Because you should, because then every one of those people could talk to one person and you would just double your clientele. That simply. And by the way, also, I'm going to also say, remember the asking for help piece? Ask your people. Like, hey, do you have one person that you might refer me to that might help? And maybe this isn't for you, because that's the other thing. Maybe Diane goes to Melissa, and Melissa's like, it's just not for me right now. I don't have the $1,500 to invest. I'm not going to be able to do it right now. The next ask could be simple of, okay, do you have an idea of anyone else who might be interested in writing for the magazine, getting out there, any other small business owners? Like, don't be afraid to ask, because when it's coming from a place of authenticity, people receive it in incredible ways. And there's so many universal helpers out there, both on this planet and off of it. I'll just say that. Yeah.
And you can ask for money, too.
That too.
I forget that all the time. Ask your spirit guides for money.
Yes.
100%.
I mean, this is a crazy story. My mother fell to, it's going on like 3 years now. She had like 2 falls within 6 months. And so now she couldn't do, she lived in a 2-story home. So that's out because she's on a walker. We move her into assisted living. She has enough money to pay for it for like, I don't know, it was a year and a half maybe. And so we got to a point where now her Social Security, which is like her only income, will pay for half, and there's the other half that I've been paying for. And I have been asking my guides, please send me the money to take care of my mother. I don't want to have to move her out of this facility. She loves it. She's acclimated. She's got friends, all the things. The money has been coming. Like, and I don't even ask where it comes from. Yeah. Like, sometimes it comes from the magazine. Sometimes it comes from my podcast. Sometimes I just keep asking my guides, please send me the money so I can take care of my mother and in this facility that I don't have to move her. And then I let it go. I'm like, okay,
But
I don't know where it's coming from.
That's the key piece right there.
Yeah.
Let it
Yeah,
go.
let it
Ask
go.
and you shall receive. It's
Right.
biblical. You're done. That's all you have to
But
do.
don't
is
hound.
ask. No. Yeah. Yeah. And then that's where you step into the faith and the trust piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In alignment, yeah. And the right people, places, and events show up when you're all in alignment, easy peasy.
Yeah. Because you're calling it in with your frequency. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything we haven't covered that you got, any burning questions that you have about marketing or business strategy or money? Melissa.
When would you be offering your next session and workshop when you get time? And if you had an opportunity, what would you make, like, what would be the next best question? Like, what do you think we haven't asked that's important that we don't?
So what was the first part and who are you asking?
When's your next session?
For what? For who?
Your panel.
Oh,
Oh,
because we're going to do this again.
you want us to do this again?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Next month.
Sure.
I'll let you know the date.
On the podcast?
What would you,
Sure.
like, what question did we not ask that you think is important?
I don't know if this is a question, but something that's been coming to me a lot lately that I think business owners are going to have to really, really figure out a way to create is having their client have an experience with them. Because I'm seeing it happening now, people's places, and I'm not saying this to cause any kind of fear or anything like that, I'm just telling you the facts. I've seen 2 big places close recently in Connecticut in like the last 6 months. An energy medicine center and a red light therapy place. If I'm being honest, they didn't market them right, but they both were in business for like 3 years, 2 or 3 years, and they closed because there wasn't enough business. You have to differentiate yourself. You have to find a niche. I know you guys hate that word, but I'm telling you, everybody thinks niche is, if I go small, I'm not going to get enough people. If you don't get small, you will be the jack of all trades, master of none to every. People will not know what you do.
But here's the beauty of the niche is that you are, at the end of the day, still the niche. So you just have to fine tune yourself and get yourself in alignment and really get, again, I'm going to say some sacred structure. There's a little bit of strategy here that you've got to decide, all right, this is the path I'm going to, and you can change your mind. I've changed my mind. I've changed my titles how many times, but I am not any of those titles. Behind it all, I'm still me and I'm still here. All of those little iterations of me, of my business, of all those things, at the end of the day, I still had, the niche was me. But I had to decide which path to take. You can't scatter your energy in 16 different directions.
Yeah. So I started out as a massage therapist. Well, no, X-ray tech, then became a massage therapist and learned so much more. And when my marketer was like, it just came to me because everybody's like, I can talk about pain, and a lot of people came to me for pain. But then it was like, I really like low back. So even if you work with somebody who are in pain and illness, pick one so that you're the go-to person for that one thing. And yeah, it is scary because a lot of people are like, no, I can't do that, no, I can't do that. Other people will come to you, and even if people come to me with neck pain, I'm like, hey, do you have low back pain? Yeah, every day, but they focus on the neck. So just decide and take the time to interview. This is Business 101. I paid thousands of dollars for this information. Interview your favorite clients. Ask them why they came to you, what their problems were before they came to you, what it was like working with you, and what were their results. You ask a bunch of your favorite people, and you'll probably get the same answers. That's your niche. That's your system. That's what you now go for. And I didn't think I had a system. I now have my ATM system. So it's really fun when you start niching down. And again, it does, like Abrielle, like expanding your business. What is my business? It helps you get clear in what you do and for who. And then you know, and you can market to just that one person. They'll be like, that's me.
Yeah. And that circles back around to your community being your ecosystem, because you need to tap those people in your community. And so I don't like saying that community is a marketing strategy, because you can't look at it from that direction. It has to be authentic. You have to actually care about the people that you're inviting into this container that you have created for them. You have something to offer them. You know, all of us are of service in some way. So yeah, I think that it, like, you just totally went full circle with that beautifully. Yeah.
Anybody else? Any questions? Okay, what is your, if you had to just leave them with one tip?
One tip. Where you are today in your business, how do you feel about it? Is it a struggle? Is it a hardship? Or is it exciting? Is it fun? And realize that that's the glasses you're looking at. It's all changeable. And when you heal all these parts of you, you can put on those rose-colored glasses where it does get easier, and ease, flow, and abundance all the way home.
I love that. I'm going to go in a totally different direction. I'm going to say, if I had one tip, it's to be kind. Be kind to yourselves, first and foremost. We always have to put our own oxygen mask on first, because if you're laying out flat on the airplane floor, you're not helping anybody. And then be kind to others, because that is a ripple effect that goes across this whole big, beautiful planet of ours. And that is going to attract in all of the things, everything you want. You will grow your business, you will grow your life, you will find your love, you will find your money, you will find your favorite puppy dog. Trust me, it's so true. It's so true. And butterflies and rainbows and all the things will come to you. But you really have to start from a place, I think, of kindness is that authenticity, and it does have to start with you first.
It takes a lot to have a business. Really celebrate the fact that you effing did it, and that you're still doing it. We haven't given up, right?
Say some words of encouragement
Celebrate
to yourself. Yes, celebrate yourself.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I was going to go. A couple months ago, I did a marketing workshop, and I don't know even where this came from. It just came out of my mouth. But I said, on my worst day, I would still rather be doing this than anything else. And I remember then that this is a gift, that having this business is a gift. Because I could be working for somebody else. And that's just terrible. So, I mean, that's why I did this. Like, I was in academia, and then I was in corporate, and I'm like, oh God, enough of this. I'm starting my own business, not knowing that I would be working 80 hours versus, you know, whatever. But, you know, it's my choice. Okay, if I want to take Tuesday off and, I don't know, go hiking or do whatever, I get to do that. If I want to work on Saturday, I'll work on Saturday. Like, you know, just that freedom to me was what I had worked my entire life for. And the ability for now, I can do it from anywhere. That was my goal. When in like my 20s, I'm like, I need to figure out a way that I can just work anywhere, because I love to travel and I don't want to be in Connecticut in the winter all the time and whatever. What am I going to do? I had no idea what I was going to do. If you told me when I was 25, oh yeah, you'll be publishing a holistic lifestyle magazine, I'd be like, what? No, I don't think so. But if you read all of my stuff, you know, like all the astrological things, and the first time I came out here to Sedona, I picked up this book that was like, oh yeah, like, you know, in the latter part of your life, you're going to be like, you know, doing this, do more spiritual teaching, and you're going to have like some type of publication. Like, that's interesting. But honestly, it's like at the end of the day, even on your worst day, if you can remember that this is still, that this is a gift, that this is like, you're lucky that you get to do this. How many people have their own business, you know, and make money from it and support themselves from it? It's a gift. It really is. even when I want to strangle someone.
Yeah, yeah.
If one more person tells me they can't afford it.
It's that standing in appreciation, and I want to encourage you all and we could all do it right now together, but like take a moment to thank your business. Every night when I turn that lock in that key and I walk out of my center, I thank her. And back in the day when I had my other business, I would leave there like disheveled and defeated, and I'd be like, I don't want to swear because but F this noise, like I can't do it. Like I was angry at my business. I was angry at my choices to get me into the position I was. But do you know that they're almost identical in business, like they're almost the same.
But they're not.
But they're not, because my attitude, my frequency has shifted so much. And that's a choice, guys. That is 100% a choice, and you are in control of that. 100%. So appreciate it all, the good, bad, and the ugly, you know? Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
We'll go ahead and take another break, and when the next one's up, we'll come back live.
Sweet.
My hands are so stiff.
out there. It's
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Diane Hayden. I am the publisher of Natural Nutmeg Magazine and Essential Naples Magazine. Welcome to our Elevate Fearlessly retreat. And I have two lovely women here with me today. We're going to be talking about stress. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself. So Pam, you want to go first?
I'm Dr. Pamela Cipriano. I am a nurse practitioner and have a private practice in Thomaston, Connecticut, the practice of health and wellness.
Hi, I'm Deanna Sharon, and I have a functional medicine practice in West Hartford, Connecticut.
So we thought this would be a good panel discussion because on just stress, but also balance, I think. Like being an entrepreneur, being a business owner, how do you maintain that balance with all of the things, all the stuff we just talked about with like the marketing and everything we have to do and all that? How do you basically, not have that stress creep up and cause problems and take away from the things that you're supposed to be doing in your business? And I think all of them, you guys might tell some personal stories. I know me most recently have a personal story about how stress had affected me physically, and I was like, why is this happening? I'm not a stressed out person. But so we're going to answer some questions. If you guys have questions, of course, we'll take them from you as well. So let's start with what do you think is the biggest misconception that people have about stress from a biological standpoint? And maybe I kind of answered that already, saying like, I didn't think I was stressed at all, right? But I'm having physical reactions of stress. What's the biggest misconception?
I would say that people think that stress is bad, and basically we have stress mechanisms in place for survival, and they also allow us to perform. So yeah, not all stress is bad. It's finding that balance, as Diane's saying, and finding ways to manage your stress. I always tell my patients, you need to make stress management part of your daily routine, just like you brush your teeth. And you have to figure out what works for you, because not everybody has the same, there's no one size fits all when it comes to managing stress. Some people like to knit, some people like to fish, some people like to read a book. So it's really about finding out what for you works for you to help you manage the stress that we encounter in our lives every day.
I found that when I had no control over what was happening in my life, that kind of stress caused a lot of physical ailments and a lot of disease processes in me. And those kind of stresses are more related to if you're in a relationship, an unhappy relationship, if one person is managing the money more than the other, you really don't have a lot of control, or you don't feel like you have a lot of control. As my life changed and I made a lot of different changes in my life, the stress is still there, but it's different. I could manage it, you know. Now, I'm in control of my life, and I'm in control of the stress that I'm under. When I first started my practice, I remember that stress was another kind of stress because now I'm dealing with insurance companies, so it was like what I was talking about earlier, the beginning stress, where you feel like you have no control over this, which in medicine is the only area where you do the job and you might get paid. That was a huge stressor because I had, just opened a practice. I had so many patients and just and the amount of employees I needed to accept insurance was absolutely astronomical. So my overhead was unattainable, pretty much. I was in the hole for, honestly, at least the first 6-7 years. I recently just paid my husband back all the money. I have the most amazing husband in the entire world. And he has most faith in me than I could ever imagine. And anytime I was in the hole, he just pulled out his checkbook and gave me more money. And I finally was able to pay him all back just recently. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're coming back to this money issue again. We have a theme here. It's not marketing for entrepreneurs, it's money for entrepreneurs. But as an entrepreneur, you don't really know when your next paycheck is coming, right? I mean, especially if you're just building, or even 20 years later, sometimes I look at my revenue and I'm like, I'm fine. But yeah, I'm like, well, it was lower than last year, or it was lower than last month. Is everybody going to cancel next month? Is like no money coming? It's like just, and if you're doing client by client or things like that, if you don't have some type of a recurring revenue system or residual income, how do you know if the clients are going to call next month? Like how, and you guys dealt with that starting your practice. Like, how did you deal with that stress? Like not knowing what next month was going to be or the month after.
So when I stopped taking insurance and I went concierge, that was probably the scariest moment of my life because you're no longer on the insurance company's lists. So it's not like your name is getting out there to the patients to call you for an appointment. It's really word of mouth. The amount of marketing I did on social media really did me absolutely no good whatsoever because every time a person came in, how did you find out about us? It was always word of mouth. And we both treat patients with chronic illnesses that other doctors just don't really know what to do with them, is the best way to say it. A lot of it is from tick-borne diseases or mold toxicity or heavy metal poisoning or the chronic stress that they're under and how it really affects their entire body. And I think when you have to rely on people calling you to make an appointment and not having that backup with the insurance companies, as bad as it was working with them, it was, for me, in a roundabout way, it was a little bit easier. When I look back now, it wasn't easier because my finances were absolutely in the toilet. It wasn't until I had to do the same thing that you had to do. I had to increase all my prices. I had to make myself understand that I was providing a service that these individuals could not get elsewhere. And I needed to I had to feel that I deserved it. That was the biggest problem. Because I'm a nurse, okay? And as nurses, we heal. Like that's what we do. And to get paid for it, we were never paid all that great in the hospital. I think when I left the hospital back in the 90s, I was making $17 an hour, working in the intensive care unit in a private hospital, and I was the one saving the patients' lives because the physicians just weren't there. They'd run in the morning, they might come back at night, so we were really running the entire hospital. And so I think that stays with you, that these people need your help, and you almost feel guilty taking money for doing something that you're able to do. So I had to really get over that. I had to really learn to understand that I am providing a service And like any other service, it has to get paid. So that took me quite a while to reprogram my brain into that way.
And I think for me, obviously Diane was very instrumental. I don't know that I'd still be in business without you, so thank you. Yeah, just, encouraging me to believe in myself, believe in my worth, and then taking her advice, speaking with the doctor. And then I think the other thing that was really transformational for me was writing for the magazine every month, which I did for several years. And it was just a great way for me to get in front of an audience and create a relationship, a trust with what I was writing about. And it brought in people. And I don't remember if you were the one that recommended that I get a business coach, but at one point I did. And I mean, as a doctor, all you're focusing on is helping people and wanting people to get better. I don't want to worry about running a business. And so that piece was just very foreign. And hiring the business coach was really helpful because he had assignments for me. You need to focus on this, you need to do this. And it really did kind of just, and I love learning, no matter what it is. So it was great to just kind of bring me into that place of, oh, I am a business owner, and if I want to continue serving and helping people, which is my goal in life, then I have to create and sustain a healthy business practice along with that. So it was great.
Do you remember what things you did, though, from a stress reduction?
You and I
Point.
exercised all the time
We
together.
We did exercise a lot. I would come over to her office and we'd be doing this thing called metabolic effect, which is like this crazy high intensity, like with weights up, we're do burpees and then we're doing squat, whatever, yeah. Exercise,
So
that's
exercise
good.
was, I think that was really my main outlet. When I finally got into functional medicine, when I first got into functional medicine, I did mind-body medicine training, so I had started learning about mindfulness and meditation and different things like that. And I was okay at, I just always made my patients and everybody else in my life a priority, so I kind of was like on the back burner. So I would make time for exercise because, that really helped me, because I really was living in a high beta stress state all the time and just reactive, and never in a place where I could be calm and pause and respond instead of react. So it took me, actually, Diane and I, we've been on this journey together. We're going to Joe Dispenza. We're going to go to Joe Dispenza. We've got to, learn more about meditation. So we didn't get in a couple times.
I know.
And so then there was one coming up, and Diane was like, I can't do it. And I said, is it okay if I go without you? And she goes, yes, go.
Of course.
And so I applied and got in, and it was a transformational week for me. It really just allowed me to come from that high beta state down into a place of calm and stillness where I can respond and really just live my life from a different place. And so I'm so grateful for that.
And for me, it was actually my older son who taught me all about quantum physics, Joe Dispenza, call him Uncle Bruce. I can't think of his full name.
Lipton? Bruce
Lipton, yes.
He's your uncle?
No. He has this one skit where he's all bundled up in a robe, and he's sitting by the fire, and he's opening up the book, and he calls himself Uncle Bruce. So that's how I always remember him as Uncle Bruce. My son is always correcting me with his real name.
Yeah.
And then there's one more with the Three Musketeers. There's one more, and I don't remember his name right now. But it was my older son who, he has taught me more than probably anybody else in my entire life about the soul and how the universe works. I remember when he was in high school, And he was going through that phase, and his guidance counselor was very upset with him, and he said, the universe will unfold as it should. And I think he wanted to take him by the neck.
Probably.
And so then my younger son is going to the same high school, and he just looked at my younger son, and he looked at me, and he goes, are you into the universe too?
That's awesome.
But that opened up an entirely different world for me, because I knew nothing about the universe. I knew nothing about intention. I remember when he was trying to explain to me how our energy works and our frequency. And he will tell you, if it's something simple, I will make it as difficult as possible, and I just can't understand it. And he finally said to me, Mom, it's a mirror. Whatever you put out in the universe is going to reflect right back to you. And it was that aha moment. It was like when I honestly figured out life. That's what it felt like. So anytime I thought of anything negative, I'm telling you, I'd get negative back. You know, anytime he would make sure, every time I would be telling him a story, he would be correcting my words. You don't want to say it like that. You want to say it like this, because words have energy. You know, he taught me so much, so much.
I love that. That's great. So, what do you think are the most significant physiological consequences of chronic stress that people actually overlook?
Wow. Well, I know for me it was the physical stress. It was the physical ailments. I mean, I had a small stroke when I was 26 from the stress in my life. I had thyroid cancer in my 30s just from the stress in my life. Had gallbladder disease. You know, didn't fit the 40 fair and fat. I was 30. Underweight and brunette. I remember the surgeon walked in and walked out, thought he had the wrong room by what my gallbladder looked like. And so I did learn, unfortunately, I wish I learned a little bit sooner, but when you're under an enormous amount of stress that you have no control over, your body is going to have physical ailments to it. And that's why they say, like, stress really will kill you. It really will. So it's trying to figure out how to change your life so that that amount of stress isn't there, and what to do to get that stress off of your life. So for me, exercising. I've been exercising pretty much my entire life. But I remember after I had that small stroke, the neurologist told me to exercise for the rest of my life, and I took that literally. So every single morning, no matter what is going on, even if it's for 10 minutes, I'll get downstairs. We have a full gym in our downstairs. And the older I got, the more exercise equipment I got, and sometimes I'm down there for 10 minutes, sometimes I'm down there for 2 hours. It all depends on how much time I have, but that is definitely my stress reduction.
I would say that in terms of what people you may or may not know this, but you know, I think the effect of stress on the gut-brain connection is very significant. You know, basically, stress causes a leaky gut, and that leaky gut is basically we have our gut wall, and then you have your blood vessel right underneath it. And so when you have a leaky gut, things like food particles, pathogens, toxins can get right into the bloodstream and stimulate the immune system. So then it can have an effect on, cause release of inflammatory cytokines. There are different inflammatory biomarkers that we can test, and that inflammation can, over time, keep re-stimulating this inflammatory response and result in autoimmune illness. So, you know, people talk about like brain fog, and it really can originate from the gut. Anxiety can originate from the gut. A lot of, you know, we all know about serotonin, right? And most of it is made in our gut, and that is responsible for, you know, if we have too little serotonin, we'll have anxiety. So I think the gut-brain connection is a big thing for me, even like mental fatigue. And then the other piece with the immune system that I would comment on is that if you have recurrent infections, again, if you're constantly stimulating an immune system, you can, you know, end up getting recurrent infections. You can have delayed wound healing. So there are a lot of significant effects in the body beyond even just like the disease states that Pam has talked about from her personal experience.
Yeah, for sure. What would you say are some early signals or biomarkers in the body that indicate someone is moving from manageable stress into more harmful chronic stress? Like what should people be aware of that they might notice?
I think that tired but wired feeling, feeling your heart racing. Definitely your vital signs can, be abnormal or not your normal when you're in constant stress. Obviously, I do a lot of testing. In functional medicine, we'll do salivary hormone testing, and we look at cortisol levels. And, initially we'll see cortisol being high. And then over time, when the body's just not able to keep up with the demand for that cortisol, the cortisol levels will drop, and we'll see more flatline cortisol levels instead of the high in the morning tapering off over the course of the day. So there are a lot of biomarkers. There are a lot of things that we can look at to tell us. Even things like your HSCRP, which there are a lot of different inflammatory markers that we can check that can give us an indication that stress could be at play. And who doesn't have stress today? It's just, so it's not about can you get rid of stress, no, how can you manage it?
So it's also not being able to sleep at night. Absolutely exhausted, going to sleep, waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning for absolutely no reason, and then not being able to go back to sleep again. Or feeling like you slept the entire night and waking up absolutely exhausted. When you're under a lot of stress, it really plays a big part in our mental psyche. And the first brain, second brain, a lot of times you'll end up with diarrhea for absolutely no reason whatsoever, just from the stress that you're under, from the cortisol levels that are getting released. So, it's going to be the rapid heart rate, it's going to be the elevated blood pressure, it's going to be the elevated cortisol levels, the elevated glucose levels, things that do lead to the disease process, but also can be reversed. All the things we're talking about can all be reversed. And diet is an exceptionally important part of decreasing the stress that's in our body. Because in our country, and I can't speak of other countries because I've only lived in the United States, we don't have the healthiest choices in this country. In fact, we're known as the junk food country, which is just lovely. But, you really think about how you would treat your $100,000 Lamborghini that you can buy another one compared to how we treat our body that we can never replace. This is so much more important and so much more intrinsically expensive to really take care of. And just by giving it the right fuel is the most important thing we could do.
I'll go back to my story for a second, because when I said, I'm not a stressed out person. And when I think back now to what was happening in my life, I'm like, how would you not be under stress? My mother had fallen once, and then 6 months later she fell again, broke her femur the first time, her hip the second time. I was sort of like moving out of one place. We didn't really have another place that we were going to be living in yet. Now we're moving into my mother's house. Then we were living with my mother for a time. And I started getting like all these like heart palpitations and whatever. But I kept saying like, I'm not stressed out. I love my mother. It's fine. Like we're all, kumbaya. Everything's, it's totally fine. It's weird how I was that removed from, I know all this stuff. Like, how am I not realizing that this is stress, like literally? And then running a business, and who knows what else I was trying to do, exercising like crazy, whatever, in a relationship. The relationship was good, but still there's stress from a relationship. Actually, being in a relationship and running a business with the same guy. There you go. But yeah, it was like it was almost like I was in denial. Like, I'm not a stress. I saw myself always as this calm, kind of like go with the flow. That was my dad, like, just, easy going, whatever. I don't get stressed out. But my body was telling me something completely different. How are you that far removed from like what's going on?
So for me, as we talked earlier with the presentation that Gabriella had done, I take on a lot of responsibility because I was always given to me, always kind of landed on me. And my mom had died young. I was 27. She died at 59 of lung cancer. She died in May, and she made me promise that I was going to continue my journey to be a registered nurse. And the journey took quite a while because I was accepted at UConn. I met my then husband. He promised to send me to nursing school if I married him, and I did, and he did. He sent me to nursing school. But nursing school started in August of the same year that my mother died, and my first rotation was on the same floor that she died on. And I was dealing with the same nurses who were not listening to me when I was trying to get her the medication she needed. So my stress level when I was trying to just go to clinicals was off the charts, like literally off the chart. I would have panic attacks before I got to go to my clinicals. And I went to a school that was not forgiving at all. So if I even shared this, like my mom just died, can you put me on a different floor? Mm-hmm. They would find a reason to kick me out of that school because they would find me as a liability. I'm going to be somebody who's going to be so focused on my own personal issues that I'm not going to pass the boards.
Right.
So I couldn't tell anyone what I was going through. So not only am I in nursing school, which was literally the worst experience of my entire life, I literally have my doctorate degree in nursing, and that first degree was the hardest thing I've ever done, ever, especially at that school. So we started off with 75 people, we graduated 32, and 100% of us graduated. So they knew what they were doing, obviously, to get those numbers up there for passing the boards. But that was the most stressful experience I think I could have possibly ever gone through.
But did you think you were stressed?
I knew I was stressed, but it was situational in my head.
Yeah.
I wasn't really thinking about the consequences that it was doing to my body. And I had it, I just had to get through it. Like I knew I just had to get through it. I didn't give myself an option to, take a couple of years off, maybe go back when things were a little bit more settled. I've never done that. No matter what life throws at me, I just forge through it and successfully get there. And that's just my personality. Plus, I'm exceptionally goal-oriented. So if I have a goal, by hell or high water, I'm going to meet that goal. And I drive the people around me absolutely insane. And my husband made sure to tell me that because my younger son is like that. My younger son is the one that when he wants something, he will drive you crazy until he gets it. And my husband was like, where do you think he got that from? I never saw that in myself. I never even knew I did that to my family. And my older son made sure to tell me, oh, yes, you do. When you want something, you have to get it right now. It was things like, I want my awards hung. You didn't hang my awards yet. Mom, you told me this morning. There's signs outside I need done. And so my husband, like, if he sees that my son's not doing it in the immediate fashion that I like it, he'll take care of it for me. So, yeah. So I put stress on my family, I guess.
I mean, I think it's all just about mind over matter because we are so programmed to just push through, right? To disregard what's going on in our body. I mean, I know for the longest time I just lived here. It's a safe place. Oh my gosh, I don't have to feel anything. I don't have to deal with emotions. I can just think my way out of any problem or any situation, and I can will my body to do whatever my mind is telling it to do. So I think that's, it's really that mind-body disconnection, if you will. Mm-hmm. And so, I think a lot of us are really trying to regain that mind-body connection and stay in our bodies and feel what's going on and know it, and then be able to do something about it.
Right. So when you're practicing a stress reduction technique, let's say it's exercise or it's meditation or it's breath work or whatever it might be, How long typically before you can start to see some physiological changes? Like, and is it different based on, have you had different experiences based on certain modalities that you've used, or?
Well, you know, I would say, I mean, breath work alone, you can change your physiologic state immediately, right? You can get yourself, you can lower your heart rate, you can lower your blood pressure. And there can be an immediate effect. I know when I went to Dr. Joe, it was a week. But I think, you know, I think it really depends on the person. I think it depends on what they're doing, and how much stress they have, you know? So it's like, how can you get ahead of it?
Right.
Sort of, yeah.
And I could think of a few patients that I've had over the years that they were in such a stressful state that, and when you're in a stressful state and you're not sleeping well, you're, you know, again, all about our hormones. So now you're craving the wrong foods. You're fueling your body with the wrong things. And that causes more stress on your entire body. And it does not help your psyche whatsoever. So a lot of it, I mean, I'm an all or nothing kind of person. If I'm exercising every day, my diet is absolutely perfect. If I'm not exercising every day, my diet's not as good as it really should be. It's never horrible, but not as good as I would like it to be. And so I think making sure that you're, again, fueling your body with the proper foods, trying to get the proper amount of sleep, you know, meditation, just being in the moment is the most important thing. Just trying to think about today, you know. Yesterday was the past, tomorrow hasn't happened. It's really all about right now. And just sometimes it's just trying to get through the minute, not even the entire day, depending on how much stress you're going through. But if you can really try and get into your own state of mind and try and figure out what is going on right now in my life that is causing me not to sleep, to eat poorly, waking up in the middle of the night, feeling absolutely exhausted after a full night's sleep. I think journaling is fantastic. Just trying to identify, where am I going wrong? Like, why is this happening to me? And sometimes like, that's a wonderful way of just trying to identify what is causing a lot of the stress that you're under. Because when you're going through it, you don't even realize you're going through it. It's almost like you're a robot just going through life and not even realizing that you're stuck in on this hamster wheel, and you're just going about your day every single day, and nothing's really changing. And I think that in itself is a stressful situation.
Yeah, and plus all the technology we're exposed to every day. I mean, I think it's different for us now than, gosh, maybe even 5 years ago. I don't know, but certainly like 10 or 20 years ago. We have it's like everything at our fingertips all the time. So there's almost like this need to have to do everything quickly, get everything, be here, be there, check this, check your email, you know, like check your social media. Like everything is like coming at us all the time. So it's technology, it's sleep disruption, you know, it's constant information exposure. What do you guys do, like day to day? Like, give me your day to day. What do you do to kind of get step back from all of that?
So I only check my emails at a certain time of the day. My personal phone when I'm at work is in my office, and my family knows if it's an emergency, call my work cell phone, because that's always on me. Because I have to disconnect. I get overwhelmed completely. We went on a hike earlier today, and she went to open her phone to check something, and pops up a message. So what do? You go right to the message. Right. Instead of going to what you actually opened the phone for, you go right to the message, and then a lot of times I've forgotten what I actually opened my phone for, because I've answered 5 different messages.
What was I doing?
But it just happened today. It was just so funny that happened, because it takes over your life. Like, you have to really limit what you're doing with these things, or it will just take over your life. Facebook, And Instagram, I wish I was better with it with work. My staff is fantastic with the marketing part for me. Because I don't like to go on Facebook and Instagram very often because it just takes, it's like an energy sucker. It just sucks all the energy out of my entire day. I could have been so productive, and instead I just got sucked up into this whole Instagram, Facebook stuff. So I rarely go on for that reason. And my staff is fantastic about doing all the marketing for me on those social media sites. And like you said, with the emails, we send emails and text messages out constantly to our clientele.
So for me, I start my day with meditation, and my best, if I could every day meditate for an hour and a half before I start my day, that's like gold to me. Some days it's 20 minutes, but I really do try to make it a daily practice, and it really helps me just be in an elevated mood and move into my day with ease. And then after that, I exercise. I have my own business. I can schedule my time the way that I need it to be scheduled. So I sleep late, I get up late, I meditate, I exercise, and then I start seeing patients. And over the years, I've slowly cut down on the number of patients that I'm seeing, just because it's a lot. Being a solo practitioner, I have just an office manager. I have no other help. And so, there's a lot that I have to do. I have to, like you said, scrub the toilet. I don't have to do that, but, and then at the end of the day, my husband and I will cook dinner together sometimes, or sometimes he'll cook for me or I'll cook for him, depending on what we're doing. Sometimes we'll take a walk after dinner. And then we always sit on the couch and just kind of snuggle and watch a show, some inane thing to just kind of like take us out of, life for an hour. And and then he goes to bed, and then I get on my computer and start doing all my work until God knows, whatever hour of the morning. I'm definitely a night person. And so I just have shifted my whole day to kind of work for me so that I can be as productive as I need to be and want to be.
I think that's huge because, remember I said earlier, I started this business so that I could have the freedom to be where I want to be, to work when I want to work, and all that stuff. And there are still days when I find myself being in this mode from 9 to 5. And I'm like, what am I doing? I could just go get a job if I'm going to work from 9 to 5. Why am I doing this? This is insane. I have to check myself, I will go to the gym, say in the afternoon. I prefer to work out in the afternoon. So I'll go to the gym from 2 to 3:30 or whatever. But it's almost like there's this guilt. If you're not working, if you're not doing something from this 9 to 5 period, you're not productive. You could be making more money if you were doing X, Y, Z. Or if I go run an errand in the middle of the day. Or I schedule, the hair salon at Friday at 2. Literally, it's there's this little voice. You're checking out at 2 on a Friday to go get your hair done. You could be selling some ads. And I'm like, what am I doing? It's crazy, right?
It's so
20 years later, sometimes I still hear that voice, and I'm just like, really, girl? You need to stop that.
Well, I can't tell you the number of people have said to me, oh, you have to go to bed early, you have to, and I don't know if
That was me.
any of you have read The Power of When. It's a very cool book, and in it, he talks about there's different chronotypes. And so, I went through, answered the questions, and found out that I'm a dolphin. And so, we go to bed late, we sleep with one ear open, and I'm a very light sleeper, and it all fit. And I'm like, why am I trying to fit myself into a mold that just doesn't work for me? I'm not going to do it. And so I still get people chirping in my ear that I should be doing
10
things.
to 2, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., that's when the body heals everything. If you're not in bed between 10 to 2, forget it.
Yeah, and that's, sleep is the number one thing that you can do to help in terms of stress. Making sure, if I were to say one tip making sure that you get quality sleep. And, you know, it is something that I am continuously working on because I was born at 5:30 p.m., so my mom said, your days and nights were mixed up since you were born. You know, then I go into a profession as a physician. It's like, you know,
In the
they're
emergency room.
all hours of the night. I worked in the ER for 5 years. And, you know, so it's always just been, I'm a night person. And so trying to fit myself into everybody else's mold just didn't work. And yeah, so, but sleep is important.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I just try to get my 7 in between 1 and 9.
Right.
2 and 9.
So what
Yeah.
questions do you guys have? Any questions? Yes, Dana.
This might be out of scope, so just let me know, but, any stress reduction, suggestions for someone with dementia who thinks that breath work is stupid?
Someone with dementia, is that what you
Yes.
said? That thinks that breath work is stupid?
Yes,
So is this somebody who's older?
my mother, yes.
Okay. It's a different generation, so that's a tough one right there. This whole breath work and meditation, that's much more new age.
We're just telling her to take a deep breath, 10 deep breaths when she's stressed out, she thinks it's worthless.
Yeah,
And that was before she even got to where she is now.
that's a tough one. I'm not sure how to answer that one. I'll give that one to you.
Yeah, I have an answer. Exercise. Again, you know, no one size fits all. Whatever she likes to do, you can get her to, you know, walk outside, garden. I mean, anything to get her body moving. But that increases BDNF, which is a protein in the brain. That helps with, you know, neural connections and all of that. So I would definitely just try and get her moving in whatever way, you know, she enjoys. Dancing, yeah,
That'll
what I would
increase her breath.
yeah,
It will.
Yeah,
exactly.
you should dance with her.
I don't live near her.
Oh, on Zoom.
They actually
She
said
can't even turn on
I know.
the TVs.
I know.
ballroom dancing
That's rough.
Ballroom.
is like the top
Interesting.
thing to help with brain health. Yeah, because you
Wow.
get moving, you know, learning the steps and the choreography and all of that.
She's
Supposed
in
to be,
memory care right now.
oh,
You should suggest to them that they need ballroom dance classes in their memory care. You'd be surprised what they will bring in and do. I mean, in my mother's place, so she has independent living, assisted living, memory care, like 3-step programs there. They do so much amazing things, even with their memory care people. They're constantly
They have
bringing them
a lot of
down.
activities. She's just not interested in any of them.
Yeah.
But I can suggest that because she might be interested in that. I mean, years ago, that was something that she
Yeah.
had talked about doing. She just didn't have anybody to do it with. That might be something.
That
I
may
can
actually work
suggest.
for her, but the dementia part is what's really rough. You know, with all that forgetfulness, and I'm not sure if it's an Alzheimer's type of a dementia or
I don't know if she's gotten Alzheimer's, but diagnosis, I don't know what actual diagnosis she's received. But yeah, I mean, she doesn't think she needs to be there.
And a lot of times when you have dementia, that's so stressful.
Yes.
You know, you have somebody correcting you 24/7. Somebody's always trying to tell you that you're wrong because of what your thought process is. So
Yeah.
that is such a stressful situation that she's in all the time too. And I'm sure
Exactly.
where she's living, I'm sure that they know how to work with somebody like this. But that's a very stressful situation when your thoughts are not real because you do have dementia. That's a very stressful situation. And then you're trying to give them ideas of how to decrease their stress, but they don't think they're stressed out.
Yeah, so I just don't know how to deal with her when she is, so.
there's a great book, or a couple great books, The End of Alzheimer's and Ageless Brain, written by Dr. Dale Bredesen, that you might want to take a look at. And, you know, obviously you know her, and so you might be able to glean some information that would be helpful. He he has created this program called Recode and Precode, which I actually do. I'm certified in reversing cognitive decline and preventing cognitive decline. And it's a whole lifestyle, and basically you do a lot of biomarker testing, and then you input that information into his software, and he kind of like spits out a program of supplementation, lifestyle. And, you know, like Pam was talking about, food is huge. I mean, it is a stress, so low glycemic, you know, low, getting rid of the sugar, getting rid of the processed foods would be really, really beneficial. And, you know, again, maybe looking into that program if it's something that she'd be interested in doing.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
I have questions.
Yes, Lisa?
I have a couple, so.
It's okay, go for it.
I don't want to hog the time, but, so I've had a lot of stress in it. Like, I'm like you, where I'm like, oh, I'm not stressed out, but then I have my, you know, my blood work done, and I'm having physical symptoms of stress, where I'm like, okay, like, there's something here. And I get up and I exercise and I meditate, and I get outside and I eat healthy, and there's a lot of things I'm doing that are stress reduction. So I'm not really sure what the root is. Question about timing of meals. What, in your view, with timing of meals, because there's discussion on eating, especially for women, within 30 minutes of waking up, that's healthier for us, or intermittent fasting, or what would you advise for stress reduction, not necessarily, because high stress means weight gain, and if you're intermittent fasting to lose weight, say, but stressing your body out, that doesn't seem to be complementary to, you know, really the outcome they're looking for. So what would you guys say about timing of meals, or?
It's a good question, and I would say that, you know, again, no one size fits all. I think the quality of the food is like the most important thing. I was saying to Pam today, I always say to my patients, if I could wave a magic wand over you and have you eat the food that would be most health promoting, it would be real food that comes from nature. And, you know, nothing that's in a bag or a box or has a barcode on it. No, I don't care if it's gluten-free, organic, whatever. No, real food as much as possible. So I think that's number one. I think in terms of the intermittent fasting, I don't know, you know, I do it. I just find for me it's really beneficial. I feel like my mind is clear. But other people have, you know, if they're not eating in the morning, they're foggy and they can't function. So it's hard to say, oh, everybody should eat, you know, at 9 and 12 and 5. I just don't think that there's, I think you really have to find what works for you and where, you know, where you feel your best. And, you know, I think one of the things that Pam brought up in terms of the journaling is a great thing. So you could keep track of what you're eating and when you're eating it, and getting a, you know, a sense of, gosh, when I do this, I feel really good, and when I do this, I feel terrible. So, you know, you kind of have to become your own coach, or you could hire someone to help you do that. But yeah, I think it's really difficult to say everyone should have a certain eating schedule.
I definitely agree with you. You know, there are so many benefits of intermittent fasting. I cannot do it. I wake up in the morning absolutely famished. And so I am a proponent of eating 6 times a day. My morning starts off with a high protein breakfast. I always have things to eat at my office in case I don't have lunch. There's a lot of times I don't get lunch because I'm so busy. But I try and remember to have something. So I always have nut butters in my drawer and stuff like that. But when I eat every like 3 to 4 hours, my stress level goes down. Because I'm like, when I'm hungry, my stress level goes up, because I can't just leave my office and go grab something to eat. For me, it's eating throughout the entire day. And that also helps to keep me lean, because my diet is super clean, it's super healthy, and I'm not eating big portions 6 times a day. They're little tiny portions throughout the entire day. So my stomach is always going to be small. I'm never overexpanding it. I'm drinking water all throughout the day. Probably drink about 80 ounces of water all day. All those things is what helps to keep me at my stress level down. So I think you have to find, like what Deanna said, is you have to find what works best for you. My younger son, he'll do 36-hour fasts. And that decreases his stress level because he knows that he is actually decreasing his risk of cancer. And cancer runs on both sides of the family, so that is a really stressful situation. It's a very stressful part of his life is not to get cancer. And so for him, doing the 36-hour fasts, he does not get hungry. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. But he does, and he is decreasing his risk of cancer. So it's an individual, something that you have to figure out what works best for you.
Yeah, I agree with that. For me, I did that whole journaling thing when I was trying to figure out why I was getting these irregular heart rates and palpitations and stuff. And one of it was my blood sugar levels. If I went too long without eating, I would start noticing them more. And they're PVCs, like, you know, you feel like a skip beat or it goes like boom, boom, boom or something like that, you know. But it's still unnerving, right? So I'm looking at all these different things like, why is this happening to me? And when I started being religious about, you know, the timing of my food and also the amount of protein and other things, it went down drastically. Although my integrative cardiologist will say that, you know, I've listed up all these things that I did, and the last thing that I said to him was, and then I just said to myself, I'm just going to stop stressing about it. And he's like, well, that's why they stopped. None of the other stuff made any difference at all. I'm like, okay. But yeah, I think the message is you need to figure out what's going to work for you, right? Like, I can't do intermittent fasting either. I have to eat in the morning. Maybe not immediately when I get up, but within like an hour or so. And then I eat like every 3.5 to 4 hours.
I would agree, that's true for me. This should be, and I have more questions, but I don't want to hog your time. Protein powders. If you have a beautiful, like, well-researched whey protein powder, and you're having that as a snack in a smoothie, what do you guys feel? I've seen conflicting information because it's not a whole food, it's processed a bit, right?
Not all
How
of
do you
them.
guys feel about whey protein powder in your?
So I'm not a fan of whey
Oh,
because it
is-
comes from
is-
dairy.
Is like hemp protein powder a good substitute? Something like that?
So whey protein comes from dairy, and dairy can cause inflammation in the body. So I always recommend a vegan protein powder. You're going to have some processing in anything that you use. You want to make sure there's no preservatives in it. That's the most important thing. It's a great snack. Like when I really don't have time for lunch or anything like that, I actually carry my own brand of protein powder that I worked with Zymogen to create. And they thought I was crazy to create this protein powder because it's so expensive. I think it's $75 for a 2-week course. They told me I wasn't going to make any money on it. So I don't make any money on it. I sell it for what I get it for because I really want to keep people healthy. That's my biggest thing I want to do is keep people healthy. And if I'm not going to make any money on it, that's absolutely fine with me. At least this way they're able to get something that's going to be really healthy for them and sustainable.
And the carnivore here. Vegan and carnivore.
Wow, that's so funny. I
Living
didn't
in
realize
harmony.
Yeah.
Right?
We do compliment each other.
Yeah, so I actually use nose to tail protein. It's from Lineage Provisions. Paul Saladino is the doctor that created it. He's just come out with a protein bar. And yeah, I love his, it's very clean, and I do agree with you in terms of the way, you know, people always talk about dairy. Well, it's very pro-inflammatory. Whether you're getting it organic or not, you're getting growth hormones. We don't know what those growth hormones are doing to you in your body. We do know that there is an association with dairy and some cancers. So I'm not a huge fan of the whey protein. And as you said, any of these protein powders are processed, but you want to have the least processed. Obviously, Pan made one, which is great. So that's an option. And like I said, I love his. And there are also some other, I've found recently some, the woman, I'm forgetting her name, she's a doctor that has been very instrumental in getting some of the food dyes and preservatives out. She has created, I think hers is called Truvani, and it's, I think it's a pea-based or pea and or hemp. I don't remember, but there are great vegan options, and yes, hemp is one of them. Again, I think, again, it depends on what works for you.
How about bone broth protein? Because I have a bone broth-based protein powder.
I'll just tell you my own personal experience with it. I was like the new kid on the block, right?
Yes,
Okay, I've got it. So I was taking it, and my sleep just like went to hell, and I'm like, what is going on? I just happened to be at a Lyme conference, and one of the docs was speaking about, he was in one of the breakout rooms, and he was talking about, gosh, I can't even remember, I think it was like Pectisol or like a particular supplement or whatever, and he's like, oh, everybody gets on these, they jump on the latest and greatest bandwagon, and he's like, those bone broth proteins for people who have issues with histamine, they can potentially, it can cause insomnia, and I'm like, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, oh, okay.
Was
So,
it a powder or was it the actual
it was a
bone?
powder.
Oh, okay.
It was a powder, yeah. So again, I think we're always going to go back to, no matter what we're talking about, there's individual, it's hard to say everybody should be doing this.
Right.
But it's
Right.
funny that you say that because I need to start paying attention on days I do it if I don't sleep as well because, yeah, that's a very strong possibility.
And I will. If I didn't really have a good night's sleep, like it happened last night, I had to go back and say, what did I eat before I went to bed? There was something that I ate that kept me up all night.
Chicken.
It was
Sorry, I'm sad too.
So they are doing an absolute amazing job, because I'm the only one that doesn't eat meat. So they're doing an absolute amazing job of trying to keep the meat out of it. And somehow little pieces of chicken ended up in my Thai food. And I haven't eaten meat. It's going to be 20 years next year. So I am exceptionally sensitive. And she gave me this probiotic from Zymogen that I took, and generally, if that happened to me, I would start with a nauseousness, then I would end up with a gastritis, and I'd be on the toilet for a couple of days. And I'm just like, it just drains me because I've lost all those enzymes to break down any meat. That worked so well, I couldn't believe it. So I called my husband this morning and I told him the whole story, and he's like, no, because he knows how sick I get. So then I told him about the probiotic, and he's like, you gotta buy stock in that.
Yeah, seriously. She's already created the protein powder for that company, so she knows it.
But it's really, you got to figure out, like, was it food? Was it a conversation you had with somebody that really upset you? Was it something you saw on Facebook? There's going to be something that triggered you that you couldn't sleep all night.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And we are creatures of habit. If we get ourselves in a really healthy habit, we could stay that way. But every so often, life will throw you a little clinker here and there that it's going to that's what's going to keep you up.
All right, ladies, our time is up. But they are still here for questions after. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is great. We did it together.
Just tell people online that we'll go ahead and be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
publisher of Natural Nutmeg Magazine and Essential Naples Magazine, for all of those who are just joining now. I know I've been with all you lovely people all day. So I'm going to talk to you today about unmasking imposter syndrome, which none of us have. So it's just for the people that are tuning in. And I want this to be interactive because I feel like the panels and stuff, we've done a lot of, more talking to you, and I want it to be more interactive. So I'm going to tell some stories. I want you guys to share your stories and things like that about how we've struggled with this and kind of where we've come from and where we're going. I'm back to Abriella's, right? But I wanted to start with the name of this conference, Elevate Fearlessly. And when I said yes to Melissa about let's do a conference, and my caveats were, well, it has to be in Sedona because that's where I want to go. And I wanted to really focus on helping empower holistic women entrepreneurs because I feel so many come to me with these fears about, and they may not say that directly to me, but it's like, when I hear the things, I can't afford that, that's too expensive, I need one more certification, my website isn't finished, I'm still getting a branding logo together, I'm going back to school for something, I'm getting this other certification. I mean, to me, that all boils down to I'm afraid to do something. There is some fear in me, and that's why I'm putting all of these things, like all that stuff. That's not what the reason is. Like, why are you not putting yourself out there? Why are you not marketing yourself? Why are you not speaking if you want to speak? Why are you not writing that book? Whatever it is. There's some fear, if it's imposter syndrome or whatever you want to call it, there's some fear. So I said to Melissa, I want to elevate them. I want them to be fearless. And I'm not there yet, but, and so I want to bring these people together and see how we can elevate each other. So that's kind of how the name came about, actually, Elevate Fearlessly. But I want to ask you, what does that word fearless mean to you? What does it mean?
Do it scared.
Do it scared. Even though you're scared, do it. Mm-hmm. Yep. What else?
Speaking up.
Speak up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So your voice, right?
Your thoughts.
Your thoughts.
Share your intentions and thoughts about it.
Sharing your thoughts and intentions. What else?
Being courageous.
Being courageous.
Going with your gut.
I love that. Going with your gut.
Finding out what you're really afraid of.
Yes. Finding out what you're really afraid of.
Fear.
What else?
Just what that real fear is.
What is the real fear? Yep. Yep. For me, it's taking a risk. Being fearless is doing something, taking a risk, something that I think I might fail at. So I'm going to start with a story. You guys are going to be like, yeah, sure, but this is the absolute truth. This is literally the first presentation I've done in my entire life, and I've been doing presentations since I was in grad school, that I did not completely memorize an outline for. Like, I have a little outline, but like, I'm talking about rehearse it. You guys can go back and you can ask my human Chris. He was like, you're gonna get up there tomorrow and you haven't rehearsed anything? I'm like, yeah, I didn't even know I was gonna do this presentation because like I threw it out there a couple weeks ago, to Nancy, like, well, if I have this, if we need space, but it was full. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna do the panel, I'll be fine. And then the universe, things happen, right? We have a presenter that's not here, and unfortunately, Laura couldn't be here. So I'm like, oh, I guess I'm going for real. Like, okay, well, I have this presentation. I just, I did it last year. I'll pull it up. But usually, who I am is I'm up there like, okay, and then I'm going to say this when I get to this part of the stage, and then I'm going to walk over here, and then this piece or whatever. Like I was trained as a presenter. Actually, funny story. I used to work for Market America. I don't know if you guys know that. I'll tell that in a minute. So I was up in front of 20,000 people Yep, at your Miami conference that you were just at.
Oh my
I know. I started the Nutrimetrics
I
program.
want to know what year, because I used to be from.
2002, 2003 to 2007. Yeah. Anyway, so I rehearsed everything. And this is the first presentation that I haven't rehearsed. So you could tell me after how I did. But I don't know, there was something that was like, a voice that said to me like, well, guess what? You're going to have to do something that you're going to need to be fearless about because you have never done a presentation like that before. You have everything planned out exactly, the stories you're going to tell, points you're going to make, what you're going to say, when, da-da-da-da. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. And I'm not going to freak out about it. Because isn't that the whole point of this conference? Right? Like, I have no problem scrambling up Cathedral Rock and Bell Rock. Not going to say I wasn't scared to death the first time I did it. But I'm not, like, now it's like, okay, maybe a couple places. So the universe gave me something else in my lap for this conference about having to stand up and be fearless. So it's like, okay, I've got to take that risk. I've got to do it. Right? So I created this presentation last year about imposter syndrome because I think that's what it all comes back to. Like when people have all these blocks about why they can't advertise or why they can't put themselves out there, it's like there's something in here. Like why is it telling you you're not ready? Like why is this voice telling you you need another certification? Why is this voice telling you you got to train more? Or you got to do more classes, or you've got to get another degree. Like, why do we have that voice? Right? It's like you are ready. Like, this is your passion. No matter what, of course we want to get training and things like that for certain things. But when someone has 10 different certifications, it's like, you're going to get another one? Like, in what? What's that going to make you, what's that going to do for you that all of a sudden you're going to get up there and do it? So we have to kind of like look at that, take that apart, like peel that back. So for me, I thought a lot about when did that start for me? And I remember there was this, I think I was getting a master's degree, in the middle of my master's degree. Yeah, it was before my dad passed away. And I was sitting at the kitchen table and I made some comment about some political thing that they were talking about. And my dad looked at me and he goes, "How can you be so stupid?" And I was like, "What?" I don't know. Like I just said what I was thinking. So I walked away from that and I didn't really think much about it, except then all of a sudden, like I felt like I had to start proving myself. Master's degree wasn't enough, you got to go get a PhD. You got to learn more. So there was something about that message was in there that I had to do more. And so I want you to think about like, what are the messages that you receive? We just talked about that with the money, right? Like, what did your parents say to you? What kinds of things? Money is evil because my grandfather died because he got more money, right? Like, that was the message that my grandmother had in her mind. He got this huge raise, he gets brain cancer, he dies. Money's bad. For me, it was, I'm not smart. So I guess I got to get a PhD because that'll prove it, right? Now everyone's going to think that I'm smart because I have a doctorate. In what? In one thing, in one field, right? Like, it doesn't make you smart, and who cares what other people think? Right? But I also think as holistic practitioners, we carry this, is it a stigma? I'm not sure what it is. Like naturopaths, even functional medicine doctors, spiritual practitioners, we're the weirdos, right? Like we're the off-center kind of people. Is that really real what you do? Is that naturopathic medicine real, right? Like, what are some more things that you guys hear, or maybe in your own head or from people, about what you do?
It's woo-woo, so it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's woo-woo and I have structural problems, so you can't help
Yep. What else?
It's quackery, it's not evidence-based.
There's no research studies. How many times? Oh my God. Huh?
Which is a lie.
Right.
Science is catching up real fast.
So what if there's no research studies? Does that mean it doesn't work?
I would say N of one, right? If it works for you, then that's all that you need.
How many people have cured cancer with their mind? There's no research study on that I know of, right? Well, Dr. Joe might have one, I don't know. Yeah. What other kinds of things do you say to yourself about imposter syndrome? What's the message that you hear?
Nobody's gonna listen.
No one's going to listen to you.
Why would they trust you?
Why would they trust you? Yep.
You are invalid.
You are invalid. That's a good one.
You're just not good enough.
Yeah.
Not yet, not yet. Like you said, the next thing.
You got to get a PhD in sound healing or
Correct.
something.
Yes.
Right. And then I will have arrived. Then I will have arrived totally. So I think I got this quote from, the book is When Spirit Means Business. That's not right, but I'll get it for you guys. But anyway, when you believe that you have no control over things that happen to you, you are giving up your power. When you give up your power, you don't trust yourself. When you don't trust yourself, you start to doubt your capability, your expertise, your worth, the value you bring. This leads to imposter syndrome. When you believe you have no control, when you give up your power, when you don't trust yourself, when you doubt your capability, your expertise, your worth, the value. So I had to think about, okay, you know, how do I get past this? Like, what am I going to do? What are the things that I have control over, that I can control, that I know that I can do? And it's interesting because after I got the PhD, then I felt like, okay, now I'm smart enough. Then the struggle for me became, or the fear, I'll call it the fear, because it was the fear. The fear for me became then, well, I know I'm smart enough, I know I can do this, I'm going to start doing it. But now it's, what if I fail? And there's this whole body of research actually about children who were praised at a very young age and their fear of failure. And I think the book is Mindset by Carol Dweck. But if you had parents or teachers or whatever that gave you a lot of praise when you were really young, it turns out that you now stop trying to do things that you think you might fail at. Because you have this idea of yourself that you can't fail, right? Like your parents have praised you so much that, well, I'm only going to do things that I know I'm going to be good at, right? And so I got into this cycle of, you know, like I said, okay, got the degree, feel like I'm smart enough, but now I'm going to start to do things, and now I'm having this issue with feeling like I'm not going to be good enough to complete it, or I'm not going to fail. So my Market America story is, I get hired by Market America to become basically the director of the whole Nutrimetrics program when they started it, with Dennis Franks and Alicia Stanton, Daryl Fortson. These guys are not there anymore. But we basically created this program for holistic practitioners to sell nutritional supplements, and we would go do big workshops and conferences teaching them how to bring the product line into their practice and then sell it and all this kind of stuff. And I would have to give big presentations on stage in front of 20,000 people. And so I got this, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I loved working for that company. I loved the conferences. They're like, it's like being a rock star. And when I say that, like you have to go to them to see. It literally, you guys will know. And if you're up there on stage, it's literally like being a rock star. But I had this one presentation that I gave, and somehow I was able to convey to people, or more people than usual, how easy it was to sell this program to health practitioners. And I finished my presentation, and I'm on stage, so I'm like way down, you know, like at the bottom of this big arena. And by the time I finally get up and make my way up to like the concourse area, the president's wife, Lauren, comes up to me and she's like, "What did you say on stage?" I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, "The tables are mobbed with people signing up to become nutraceutical consultants." That's what we called. We would train our distributors to be these consultants that would then go approach the doctors. The tables are mobbed. There's like, you know, people, I don't even know how far down the concourse. And I like, "What?" She's like, "Go look." And I walked around the corner, and my husband at the time is standing on a chair with a bullhorn, like yelling to people, like, "You've got to get, like, organize yourself to get in this line." And I was like, oh my God, I don't even know, like, what did I say? Like, I just showed them the money, basically, like how they could make the money. And it was amazing, it was great. And then like the next week, I sat in my office and I thought, oh my God, how am I gonna top that? That was the message in my head. How am I going to top that? What am I going to say? Like, I can't top that. There was like thousands of people lined up to, you know, to enroll in this program. And I literally carried that message with me until I quit the job. Because I couldn't do it. Like, I could not get out of my head that I was going to be able to continue to be successful. It was just so much like, there's no way. You're not going to beat that. You're not going to beat that. But now I look back and I'm like, who cares? You weren't meant to beat it. It was like one presentation. You would have come up with something different or so. You didn't make that many sales. And I kid you not, I still to this day do it with the magazine sometimes. If I have like a really great issue that generates a lot of revenue, that thought, how are you going to do that again? Like we did, I'll give you the numbers, like we just did our 10 best issue ever. We generated one issue, the 10 best issue, we generated $80,000. One magazine. And guess what I said to myself like the next day? I'm not kidding. How am I going to beat that revenue? That's crazy. How am I going to do that? And so, and you're like so in it, like I don't even think, I say it and I don't even think until I'm sitting up here now thinking to myself like, dude, you're doing it again. So it's like catching yourself, right? Like you have to catch that thought constantly. Like, where did that come from? What is that? And big deal. So what if I do 75,000 next year? Like, or less, whatever. Like, what does that mean? What does that even mean? Why is that so important? Like that number. Why do you have to keep beating it, beating it, beating it, beating it? Like, who taught that to me? Like, why do you, better, 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 better? You know, when can you just enjoy it? Right? In the beginning, building Natural Nutmeg, there were so many times when I almost quit. Like, I'm embarrassed to say that to you guys because now it's like, it is such a gift to me. Like it's Maeve, she's my girl. That's an inside joke. You'll have to ask me about it. But in the beginning, first like 3 to 5 years, I've said to, you know, my ex who was my partner that like, I don't think I can do this. Like it's so hard. I don't think I can do this. I hate it. I'm sick of it. No one wants to advertise. No one wants to spend any money. I got this problem over here with distribution. That person to get their magazines. He's like, go get a job then. Like, I don't want to work for somebody else. He's like, well, you got to keep showing up. And there was one point where a friend of his was a headhunter for sale. Like my undergrad's in marketing, so I've got the sales background and my doctorate's in exercise phys and whatever. But his friend was a headhunter for sales, like big sales positions. And the guy and I met for lunch, and he's like, Diane, oh my God, you've got a PhD, you've got a background in marketing, you've worked for this huge company, you've done speaking in front of thousands of people. He's like, I could get you easily probably a $300,000 to $500,000 salary job. No problem. I can get that for you. Do you want it? And I'm like, that sounds nice. Because I don't even know if I was probably like breaking even with the magazine and still teaching college for, for revenue to support us and stuff. But I left that lunch and I went back home and I said to myself, all right, I'm not ready to quit. I don't like to quit things, even though I did quit Market America. But after that, Dennis Frank said to me, whatever you do, see it through. And I never forgot that, because I felt like I had failed him a little bit too, and myself. So I sat there and I'm like, all right, I'm not ready to quit this. I'm going to give it 6 months. If I don't get this revenue number by 6 months, I don't remember what the number was, then I'm going to start looking at other things. And I just said that, and that was it. And then I went about my day-to-day doing, what I do every day. I swear to God, it was less than 2 months, and we doubled our revenue. And I'm like, really? Universe. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess I got to keep going. And then, things would be great or whatever. Then maybe a couple years later, revenue would be down. I'd be back in that like, oh, God, I'm tired of this thing. But I kept coming back to that, like, okay, just put a line in the sand. Like, say that's your thing. Like, I need to be this revenue or I'm done. And literally, within a couple months, it would be at that revenue, if not higher. What is that? You spiritual people, come on, You have a message for me.
Yeah. I joke that the universe enjoys when we fight back and we don't just settle.
Yeah.
Because if you settle, they're like, okay, I'll give you nothing.
I like that.
I love that because I've often thought to myself, are they just testing me? Like, they're just testing me. It's like a game. Like, well, how far can we push her? Like, how mad will she really get? Does she really want it? That's it, right? Like, how bad do you really want it? Let me throw this at you. Like, yeah. It's like, So I think about, like, just the messages you hear in your head. Ask yourself, is that real? Like, what does that mean? Why am I saying that to myself? And sit with it. Like, and can you rearrange it somehow? Like, make it positive. Whenever I think like something, I don't know, like negative or whatever, I'm like, well, what's the positive in this? Something bad happens or whatever. What's the positive in this? How can I change this? Because the universe is listening all the time. All the time. And even the story, the little bit I told you about the heart issues that I had with just like these PVCs, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night, my heart would be racing. I'm like, I wasn't even thinking about anything. I was sleeping. Why are you waking me up racing? And it could be a million reasons, right? I could have low blood sugar. It could be electrolytes. It could be dehydrated, whatever those things are. Maybe I had too many margaritas that night. I don't know. So, after I went and did all the testing and everything's normal and whatever, so now it's basically like, well, we don't have an answer for you. It's your head, right? Like you're creating this yourself. And I was literally like, it got so bad that I was like checking my pulse every day. Oh, is it like, normally I have a very like low pulse rate, like 55, 60, if that, during the day, all the time. And oh my God, it's like 65. It's like 68, 70. Is that too fast? Is it going to start beating fast again? Did it skip? But it's like, it got crazy. Like every day I was thinking about it. And then finally I'm like, okay, this has got to stop. Like, I'm making it worse by thinking about it this much, by checking it all the time. So I'm like, okay, here's what I can control. Back to that whole thing about what, when you think you don't have control, what can I control? Okay, I can control what I eat. I can control, my hydration level. I can control my exercise. I started doing bone broth. I was meditating. I don't know, there's a list of like 7 or 8 things. And like I said earlier, and I'm telling my integrative cardiologist this, and the last thing I say is, yeah, and then I just said, well, I'm just gonna stop worrying about this. Because I got the echo, it's perfectly fine. I went to another cardiologist, no, I've got my blood test, there's nothing wrong with me. So I'm gonna stop worrying about it. He's like, yeah, well, my guess is the last thing is why it stopped. Because literally within a month of doing all those things, I stopped waking up in the middle of the night with the tachycardia. I would go days without noticing any kind of like flutter or a couple quick beats or a skip or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, wow, like it's not completely going away, but yeah. And now it'll be a year in April. And since then, I think I've woken up. I wouldn't even say woken up because it's more sometimes when I go to bed, if I can't get to sleep right away and I'll start thinking about stuff or whatever, and now I'll start noticing my heart rate and it's like, and then I'm like, all right, stop, breathe, whatever, relax. And I stop it all the time. I've never had to go to the hospital or anything like that. I've been able to take myself out of that, breathe, even if it's like a minute, it starts to slow down. It's not fun, but I've been able to do that. So I'm like, yeah, another confirmation. This is stress. I'm doing this to myself. So basically like, taking yourself out of that and focusing on what you can control. I can control that I'm not going to think about this every day. I'm not going to check it every minute. I'm going to live my life basically. And if I feel it, just like, okay, I noticed that. That's my heart. It likes to dance. I'm a dancer. I like to dance. Sometimes my heart likes to dance. Actually, the cardiologist is like, why don't you just name it? Like when it does something weird like that you feel, just give it a name, whatever. It's, it's just what your heart does. It's no big deal. Yeah. So finding ways that you can, I'm using the word control, I guess that is the right word, I think, that you can control what you think about and catching it. So any stories from you guys about anything where you've been able to, I don't even have to finish the question. Gabriella?
I was writing down notes from what I was hearing in one of the modalities I teach is cognitive therapy. And I was hearing how well you work through that false idea of permanency. It's happening, so it's going to be permanent. And then it's exactly what you were saying of, I'm not going to worry about it because it's always changing.
Right.
It will change again. You have an amazing month, not so great month, amazing month, not so great month. Right in the middle, it's always changing. Heart rate, changing, depending on the situation, the day, the food, the intake, the sodium. So I thought that was an amazing example of you working through that idea of that false belief.
Right.
So thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that.
And wanting something to be permanent, right?
Yeah, and looking for that.
Yeah, and I know exactly why I want that, why I'm not comfortable with impermanence, because I swear, Pam, you and I have parallel lives. My dad died when I was 27, and I started my doctoral program 3 months after he died.
Oh my gosh, it's rough.
And a year later was the first time I had one of those heart rate weird issues. And it was like it happened once and then it never happened again. But I can date that back to that was the first time that started happening for me. But having a parent leave when you're that young, I mean, I know there are people who have lost their parents much younger, like 5, 10 years old, whatever. So 27, when I say that, I'm like, well, it wasn't that young. But it is, right? When in the grand scheme of things, when you think about, he's been gone for 30 plus years. It's like, wow, like that, all of a sudden your world is like, oh my God, you know, like I thought he was going to, not forever, but you know, like when you're 27, you don't expect your parent to die. And I remember when my mom called me and I got that, and I wasn't even home, I was in Georgia at grad school at my master's program, and she called me and she was like, are you sitting down? I have some bad news. And I thought, oh, my grandmother died. And she says, Daddy died today. And I was like, what? Say that again, because I didn't, no. And my first words were, oh my God, I didn't get to say goodbye. Like, oh, where did that even come from? Yeah, it's like, so it's like no control and impermanence. And interesting that I'm in a career, right, where I have to be comfortable with that. No coincidence, right?
Spiritual growth right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? Anything in their lives that you just want to share?
As a parallel to you, I also lost my father at 20. And I think that hit trust so hard for me, stability so hard for me. So it's that, you know, it strikes the same vein. It's down that same line of, you know, impermanence.
Mm-hmm.
And having to learn to navigate something like that at such a young age, and it is young. I mean, sure, I almost think that, and it's never okay, but children are very resilient, and so I think that by the time you are, let's say, even a teen or in your 20s, like a lot of your habits are already in place, and a lot of that kind of that structure of your life is already in place, so that when something huge like that happens out of nowhere, it's a, I think when we're older, it almost turns into a wake-up call, but when we're that age, it's more devastating in so many ways. And it will really take your life in a different trajectory, and you can go get your PhD, or you can, right? Or you can, or you can backslide, you know? So I think I had a bit of a backslide for a little while, and then by the time I was 31, I opened, well, it was already like ish in business before that, personal trainer, that kind of stuff, health coach, but then I opened like my first brick and mortar by the time I was 31. So I don't know, just to say that hit of stability and learning to try to trust again.
Oh, yeah.
And I just thought everyone was gonna die. Anybody would call, I'd be like, literally, even now, if my sister called me right now, I'd pick up the phone and literally say, he died. Because that's just kind of the,
Yeah. Oh, I was a mess for a long time.
Yeah.
Like I would just, you know, like cry for no reasons, and well, that was the reason, but you know, like a lot of times, and definitely trust. I mean, for me, the trust issue came up in relationships. I didn't trust anybody in relationships for a long time because they're going to leave.
Yes.
Whether they die or they leave. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the fear too. After my mom died, it's the fear of not saying the last words you say to a person. Make sure that they're really good words, because you just don't know if those are the last words you're going to say. And I was able to say goodbye to my mother. I was at her bed when she passed. Same thing with my dad died 3 minutes before I got there. But I was with him the whole night. I went home to shower, and when I came back, he had just passed. But the last words I said to him were, I love you. And I think that no matter how angry I get at anybody, I always make sure that the last words that we say, you know, are good words, because that guilt, I feel like, will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
It really will, if you think that's the last thing you said. And so I'm always, you know, my kids are young. My older son is the only one that met my mother as a grandmother. And my big thing is, you know, the kids are going to argue. You know, I grew up with my sisters. They argue. Their siblings argue. But always make sure that you say I love you before you hang up the phone, because that's the last thing you're going to ever remember that you said to somebody.
Right.
You know, so that I'm a
Yeah. Yeah. We don't, like, nothing is guaranteed, right? For sure. So I want to talk about what are strategies we can use to get past the fear, imposter syndrome. You know, one of them starts with taking control. What can I control? And that was the whole thing, you know, the whole thing for me with the heart issues is like, okay, I'm going to write down, these are the things. What is one area in your life where you can start taking more control? And I think it's just that simple act of doing something versus like being stuck in that fear of, you know, I can't do anything, or I don't know what to do, and I'm going to keep focusing on the problem. I'm not going to do anything. It's just taking that step that is really huge for me, for sure. Identify the thoughts that don't serve you, right? Like, it's a lot of work. Listening to this person up here. Have you guys read Michael Singer, The Untethered Soul? There's a part in there where he's like, yeah, you know, basically you have a roommate in your head and they're a maniac. And they can destroy your life in like a second. Like, seriously, you keep listening to them. So just being aware, like I really try to, when I have a thought that doesn't make me feel good, I'm like, okay, what is that? Is that true? Is that real? Can I flip that around? You know, like, where did that come from? What is that? Is that really me? Is that how I want to think? Like, just stopping, really just like having the presence to just stop and think about what you just thought about. And meditation is amazing for that, right? It's giving you that. Yes, Kelly.
I always say your head is dumb, your heart is smart. Your head is filled with what everybody else tells you, and your heart knows what you actually need.
Yes.
So, like, I'm gonna bring it back to you. Dumb people don't have PhDs. Your head was filled with when your dad said, "Oh, you're stupid."
Right.
And it's like, "Oh, I'm stupid." You wouldn't have a PhD if you were.
Right.
So whenever that thought comes up, I have a PhD. And like, make it that simple, make it that quick. So you know in your heart, you're like, I did what I loved and I got my PhD. I did
Right.
it. I got it. I'm now publisher of 2 magazines and I put on retreats and I'm an amazing person. And my heart knows that. My head, whatever. Let that thought go away.
That's right. Yeah, it's sinking down into here, right?
All heart center.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And that's difficult for me, I think, because, you know, just I grew up very independent, only child. Then, you know, just having things lost like that, you know, losing a parent, you know, like dealing with the trust issues. It's like, no, this is safer. Like I can rationalize stuff. This is not safe because I've been hurt. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. For sure. The other thing that I think is really important is building the network. Like this whole community right here, your own communities, the communities you build a network. Those people will help you elevate, right? Like this is a network. We brought everybody together to elevate fearlessly. Can't do it alone. Yeah, so build those communities. This one I love. And you all have to promise that you're going to do this one for me. You have to take one risk a week. I was going to say a month, and I'm like, no, this group is elevated. They can handle it. It can be anything. The risk can be like, I don't know, talking to a stranger and complimenting them or something like that. It doesn't have to be like this big, huge, oh, I'm going to start a business risk. Take one risk a week. Just write it down. Actually, I'm going to ask you guys to write down what's one risk you can take. And if you want to share it with me, you can. And you could think about that. I don't mean right now, like during the week. One risk, write it down. Share it with somebody. It doesn't have to be me. And if there's one piece of advice I wish I knew as a new entrepreneur, and I said this earlier, it's getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, honestly. That's the biggest thing. Like I could sit up here and I could give you like a million marketing tactics and strategies and do this and do that, you know, networking, social media, blah, 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 all the stuff. But honestly, I think it's way deeper than that. I think when I look at the most successful holistic entrepreneurs and I try to figure out like what are the characteristics they have, what did they do, like who are they as people? It's that they're comfortable with the ebbs and flows. You got used to that. They got comfortable with it. They're resilient. They don't give up.
That's it.
Just keep taking one step, one day at a time. Get up, do it again the next day. Get up, do it again. Like, it's almost about make it boring, right? Like, that sounds so weird, but what I mean by that is just get up and do the same thing the next day. Or whatever, it doesn't have to be the same thing, like something for your business. Get up, do it again. Get up, do it again. It's in that building that habit of being resilient and doing the same things, just like with exercise, right? Like, to be honest with you, starting an exercise program and following it through to lose weight should honestly be boring. It really should. Because you just have to get up the next day and do the same thing. You just have to be consistent. Like, that's all it is, right? It's like pick one thing and just be consistent with that. You're going to walk, or you're going to change one thing with your diet, or you're going to start a supplement or whatever. Pick one thing, but just do that one thing every day, every day, every day. Like, I follow this guy who's like a digital marketing guy, and his thing is email. Like, he swears you need to email your list every single day. And you know, everybody's like, what? No way, oh my God, my unsubscribes will go through the charts. Listen, I don't do it, I'm guilty, I don't do it either, but I do email you a lot, as you tell me. But I swear he's right, because when I look at how many emails I send out for 10 Best versus the rest of the year, which magazine does the most revenue? Hello? Like, and this guy's relentless. He's like, you can't, I don't mean send an email to sell people. What he means is send an email to connect with your tribe. You need to talk to them every day. They need you. So if you can be entertaining, if you can, you know, put in information. I mean, he will say you need to sell them something every single day, but the first part of the email is infotainment, he calls it. Informational, entertaining, and then sell them something at the end. Or direct them what to do is maybe more what I should say, versus like, you know, being that salesy. But he's religious about it. And he will tell you every single business he has consulted with has increased their revenue when they have done exactly what he's told them to do. Email every day. So, I mean, maybe that's your risk. You're going to start emailing every day. And you know what? You will have people unsubscribe. But guess what? They're not your people. Right? Like, when I look at my unsubscribes, you guys do, I'm sure, you get the report or whatever it is every week or whatever, and I look through it to see who's unsubscribed. Every once in a while, you'll find somebody that did it by mistake, whatever. And I'm kind of like, oh, well, that's, you know, like, oh, great, you know, 50 people unsubscribed or 10 people, whatever the number is. And he's in my head. They're not your people. Like, they don't care. They just don't want to be part of the tribe. I'm not saying I read every single email he sends, but I love his emails. I'm like excited to get his emails. He's funny. He's interesting. He has like quirky ideas, and like I've gotten the best marketing ideas from this dude. And, you know, it's like, yeah, I don't mind that he emails me every day. If I don't want to read it, I just delete it. I'm not unsubscribing because it's great information. So, I mean, it's, you know, it's getting comfortable with the ebb and flow, being resilient, emailing every day. No. And just keep going, right? Like, it's simple, right? But we try to complicate it. Oh, we've got to have like some big new marketing thing or this other thing or whatever. It's really simple, actually. We just like to make it more complicated. So, we have a few more minutes. Any questions? Anything anybody want to share? Anything coming to mind?
That whole imposter syndrome, we've all had it. I think, like you said, when you get up and you, for me, go to the office every single day, that imposter syndrome goes away. Because you feel accomplished. You feel like you do know what you're doing. And you feel like you are earning your money. But in the very beginning, it just seems like it's a dream. It really does.
Yes.
And how do I make this dream feel like a reality? It takes time. And it takes consistency. And I remember somebody saying to me, well, what is it going to take for you to just give up? I've
Oh
never
my
seen
God.
a successful person ever give up.
Yeah,
As soon as
they
you
don't.
give up, you've lost.
Right.
So it's like you just keep at it until you're successful. And it might take a year, it might take 10 years. But if you give up, you've completely lost.
Right.
If you want to revamp, that's different. If you want to, redesign, that's different. But you don't stop.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have actually, well, Joy, you did it. You shut down a whole business and you started another one. Yeah, right? So that's fine. Maybe you're tired of doing what you're doing. You're just not passionate about it or whatever, or it's too stressful, or there's no balance. That's absolutely fine. But you figure out something else and you keep doing it. But I literally think that really is the only difference between people who succeed and fail, honestly. You just kept going.
Well, you can't fail if you don't stop.
Well, that's true.
You cannot fail if you haven't stopped.
Yeah. And that's not easy either. When you're not making money and the phone is not ringing and you don't know when it's going to, that is not easy. It's like, how long should I keep going? Because
And just for the record, I burned that business down, but before.
literally?
Literally burned it down. I had already created an online business that was shifting, it was called Joy Fit Nation, that was shifting all of my work online before being online was a cool thing to do, like very much pre-pandemic and all of those things. And I created a whole community online that followed me, and with that, I ended up reaching, I have a client in South Africa, I have a client in Finland, it was this crazy expansion that happened, and I was trying to balance the two of them for a little bit, and I was just like, this isn't working. This isn't, I can't sustain this. There was no sustainability. So at that point, I just was like closing the brick and mortar, moved into the full online, and then there was just such an energy shift over, I would say, post-pandemic and everything. Like it's time to build in person again. It's time to have real communities where people can plug in. And I still do virtual stuff too, plenty of time. But I love having a home base and having a physical space again. But it wasn't like I burned it down without, I just keep reiterating, like my business, it's like the next iteration of my business, and it just keeps shifting and growing.
And there's one other thing I want to say about mindset too, because I think that played a big role in what you did, is literally, I don't think most people realize the extent to how much imposter syndrome really affects their life in terms of the choices that they make. Because I know so many people that said no to being in the magazine, whether it was financial or they weren't ready or whatever, chalk it all up to imposter syndrome. You miss out on opportunities if you don't have the confidence to say yes, to take that risk. If we didn't say yes, this wouldn't be happening right now. And one of my advertisers, Kelly McCarthy, I love to tell this story, and I'll finish with this. When I met her a couple years ago, she was very, very nervous about advertising. She had never advertised her business before. She's an intuitive. She does healings, energy medicine, all that. And she we talked for a long time, and she was clear to me, like, like, I'm nervous about this. And she's like, I'm going to go think about it. And so maybe a couple of days later, she called me up and she was like, you know what? I made up my mind. I'm going to advertise with you, and I'm going to be successful. This is going to work. Like, she literally said those words to me. Like, literally, she was like, she made the decision to advertise, and she knew it was going to work for her. And it did. And I also know that there are people who have gone into advertising with me with this, I don't think it's going to work. And guess what happens? They don't get clients. They do the same thing that I tell everybody to do, the same thing. Like, we'll create your ad. Here's what the article you're going to write, blah, blah, blah. Well, not everybody does what I tell them to do. But Abriella, you just, you confirmed for me today that I just need to start telling people to do things and not worry about it. Making decisions and not worrying what everybody else thinks, like, doing it. But she was just like, I'm doing it. She started off small, and then she was like, you know what, I'm going to a half-page ad. And she's like, you know what, I'm going to get even more clients. And she did. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, wow, this is fascinating. Is this really how it works? But I never thought about it that way. Like, I never thought about teaching people or coaching people, like, okay, if you're going to advertise, if you're going to work with me, you have to believe this is going to work for you. Because if you don't, it's not going to work. Like, I really should start coaching people that, like, because that was like so mind-blowing to me that it was that simple. Like, you have to believe it. But I guess it's with everything, right? If you believe something's going to work, it will. If you don't, it won't. Again, boils down to being simple. Every single time I went into something with the mindset I was going to be successful, I was. And when I went in with the mindset that I wasn't going to be successful, I was not. It's simple, but it's really not, right? It's, it's a practice every day, I think, every day. Awesome. So with that, I will close this beautiful day today. Thank you all for being with us, for your attention, for your participation. Thank you, John, for everything you do. This has been amazing for us. And we'll be back tomorrow. Humankind Center. We'll be back tomorrow.